former CEO and chairman of Google, and now a global leader in the artificial intelligence industry. Tonight, America Business Forum presents Eric Schmidt. For the following interview, Francis Suarez, mayor of the city of Miami, takes the stage of America Business Forum.
He's unflappable. He didn't even move when the smoke went up. So Eric, this is the second time that I have the privilege to be able to interview you. So I'm very excited about this.
By the way, Mayor, I have to interrupt. I'm very interested in Shakespeare sonnets, so I just wrote one. It's about you.
Okay.
It's entitled, Upon the Excellence of Mayor Suarez.
Please.
When first Miami's helm he took in hand, a city poised 'tween ocean's azure deep and future's promise vast throughout the land, he sowed where others scarce had dared to reap. With vision bold as conquistadors of old, he brought forth commerce, tech, and innovation's art, made Miami shine as cities wrought of gold, and placed our fair metropolis apart. It continues, don't worry.
Okay.
Through tempest's rage and plague's most grievous tests, he stood as a bulwark against adversity's tide, led his citizens with courage in his breast, and made our city known far and wide. So shall his legacy in marble stand, the mayor who raised Miami's fortune grand. Mayor Suarez. This is the kind of stuff we can do with AI.
I was going to say.
It took me about 2 seconds.
Okay, so now you're going to make me tell a story. This is completely off script. So I was asked to open the consulate of Morocco. Now, usually, as you know, Eric, when we go to events, we get talking points, people give us talking points and all that. And so I had not been reading my talking points lately. So I've been telling my staff, why don't you just give me 1 or 2 bullet points wherever I go, and I'll weave a story into it. Well, I go to, open up the consulate of Morocco, and there's only 2 bullet points. Bullet point number 1 is that there's direct flights to Casablanca. Bullet point number 2 is that it's the 3rd consulate in America for Morocco. Not that much to go on, right? So as I'm being introduced, I literally pull my phone out of my pocket, and I have the ChatGPT prompt on the phone, and I speak into the phone.
I would use Gemini.
Of course, I have the Gemini prompt. That's what I meant. Yes, of course, I meant Gemini, of course. I have the Gemini prompt, and I speak clearly into the Gemini prompt. Stand corrected. Know your audience, KYC. So I have the Gemini prompt, and I say, pretend you're the mayor of Miami, and you're about to open the Moroccan consulate. And you only have 2 facts. Fact number 1 is there's direct flights to Monaco.
Pretend you're the mayor of Miami.
Pretend you're the mayor of Miami, right? Okay. Fact number 1 is direct flights to Casablanca. Fact number 2, it's a 3rd consulate opening in the US. What would you say? Before they finished introducing me, and before I walked to the stage, Gemini had written this entire speech for me. I read it word for word. People were crying, laughing, hugging me. You know our country so well, Mr. Mayor. How have you known about us so much and so deep? So yes, thank you for that incredible signing.
So
true story, by the way.
And one more piece of congratulations, which I'm sure you'll appreciate. No one has ever done an American Business Forum at this scale in America. This is an innovative mayor as well. And I really want you to think about doing this all around America, because business is what we do, and America's growth depends on the kind of things we're talking about today. What's interesting is that about 3.5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, there's a moment in San Francisco where people realized that these models could write, and boy, could they write.
Oh, yeah.
That's a real discovery moment. It's one of those historic moments in history, similar to physics and chemistry and things like that.
It's incredibly disruptive, and I appreciate the comments. And of course, it's a team effort. Nacho, whose vision it was to bring it from Uruguay. Sergio, who's our big investor. Where are you, Sergio? You're here somewhere, I'm sure. He'll be here any minute. Steve, who helped me, my cousin, who helped me put this together. But let's get back to the interview. You know, Eric, you're obviously a world-renowned figure and tech pioneer. Did you have an inkling that you were destined for greatness? What was it about you, about your DNA? Was it your tenacity? I mean, what is the sort of the components of you that made you supersede?
I think the most important thing to say, anyone who's on stage here, start with luck. I was lucky to be born now. I was lucky to be born in America. My parents were academics. I had an awful lot of people who helped get me through the various stages of life. One of the things that we, who are now older, owe the younger people is to give them the same opportunity. Right? It's really important. And I was thinking about what should be a theme for this audience. And everyone in America is obsessed about everything except for one thing, which is the human talent.
Right.
And the human talent of America is why we are exceptional. Focus on humans. Focus on their education and their culture and their development and their curiosity and their energy and their tenacity and so forth, and help them with the various travails that happen in life. Focus on the humans of America. It's the only answer.
You know, you're a great leader. You've been a great mentor to me and friend. And you're an incredible coach. And I think, and I've read some books on some of the people who coached you. What's the coaching habit that you think you consistently use to raise the level of the team?
So I wrote a book about, so I had a coach named
This is the book
Campbell.
I read, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. We actually talked about it. I had a coach named Bill Campbell. And when I started at Google, the venture capitalist John Doerr said, you need a coach. And I said, I'm a big boy. I've run a lot of companies. I don't need a coach. And he said to me, do tennis players have coaches?
Absolutely.
And I knew he had trapped me, right? Because the answer is, of course, they do, even though they may not be as good as the actual tennis player. Coaches do different things. And so we hired, or retained, if you will, Bill Campbell for free, became my best friend at the time. And what he coached was not an individual, but a team. And the thing I learned from Bill is, as a CEO, you manage the team. You don't manage the individuals. And you work on the team dynamics, but fundamentally it's a team sport. He was a football coach, and not a particularly good one, but he was an extraordinary human leader. And there's a book, $1 Trillion Coach. If we were to write the book today, he died, unfortunately, some years ago, it would be called the $7 Trillion Coach, because he was the coach for Apple and Google. Think about it.
I think he was a Princeton coach, right?
No.
Yep.
Columbia.
Columbia.
His winning record was terrible.
Like 0-10 or something like that, yeah.
So, but leadership, but I now understand that I needed coaching, my team needed coaching, and the way I manage is I manage as sort of CEO and coach. And you watch what's going on, and you try to get people to work together. And there are various techniques, like tell the people who talk too much to let the people who don't talk as much talk more. I mean, stuff like that.
You know, I also didn't believe that much in coaching, and my coach is probably somewhere here in the audience, Louis Arahu. I don't know if Louis is here somewhere. There he is. There's my coach right there. He's a great guy. So for someone that's starting out in tech, what's sort of the mindset or the practice that you think is going to compound the most over the next decade?
So if you look at success, it's a combination of intelligence, that is, ability to do the work, and grit. And I would add intelligence, grit, and curiosity. When I was young, I was a sponge for everything, because I didn't seem to know anything, or I thought I knew nothing. And the internet had not really been invented yet. It was just getting started. And so we didn't have the resources we have today. If I were a 16 or 18-year-old or 20-year-old, whatever, right now, I would be online all the time just learning because I would be curious and I want to know everything. Mayor, tell me about yourself. Tell me about your family. Tell me what you do. How did you get here? What are the problems? And I trained myself to look at businesses and say, how do they work? Right? Like, how does this place work? How did you fund this? What was it your idea? Who did you work with?
Pain.
But that's grit, right? So you have to have the intelligence. I have all sorts of friends who are brilliant who can't get through the day, right? They wake up, they have an idea, they have another idea. Nothing happens with them. It's the people who have an idea that's very clever and they have the tenacity to push it. Those things come from curiosity. Another example, and this I think, the technology that we're in is so extraordinary and I'm so excited about it, but there are some things we've lost. One of them that we've lost is the looking out the window phenomena. And there's some evidence that looking out the window is fundamentally important for curiosity. So here's an example for all of you. When you're leaving here today sometime, turn off your phone, tell everyone who's around you to shut up in a nice way, and look out the window and daydream. That daydream is important too, because that's how the creative thoughts come.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, look, I think for me, failure has always been a great teacher. Pain, as we said. What are the sort of high-quality failures that you've had in your life that you think have sort of permanently changed how you think about the world or how you lead?
I think when you're running stuff, you make lots of mistakes. So I hold myself responsible for not getting ahead. We had the technology to do what Meta is doing now, and we didn't implement it fast enough. Right? That's what I hold myself responsible.
Sure.
But in general, if you just keep pushing, it works. And one of the key ideas about success is just keep doing stuff. What happens in organizations, especially if I can be honest, in middle age, is everything becomes sort of normal. And I was interested in the innovation culture of America. Ken Burns is a friend of mine, and I was watching him, and he was asked, "Is America in crisis?" And he said, "Oh, I think it's in perpetual crisis. We've always been disagreeing, and our revolution is the thing." So when you understand that the system is not designed to be static, it's designed to be dynamic, and it's a jump ball, then you can do it. I've consistently been slow to see that if I do self-criticism. And I've consistently assumed that stable systems were always stable. Humans can always change the system if you need to. Figure out a way to change it to make it a better place.
You know, you've run a big company. I'm running a $1.5 billion company, which is the city of Miami with 5,000 employees and 4 labor unions. The decisions that we make and that we've made affect thousands of people. Yeah. How do you deal with doubt in the face of understanding the implications of those decisions and how they impact people?
I was talking to, I've talked to the various presidents that I've had an honor to meet. And when you actually talk to how the president operates, there are moments in a presidency when the president makes a decision where they have no idea what's going to happen, and yet they make the decision anyway. That's, I think, how you have to operate. Obviously not. None of us have that kind of responsibility, thank God. But fundamentally, if it gets to you, it shouldn't be an easy decision. The people who work for you should be able to handle these things. One way to think about it is the really complex problems are ones that you participate in, you lead the team, and you make a bet, and you iterate and iterate and iterate. All success is fundamentally a genius, and then iteration and essentially just constant evolution. And you're always failing. You're always trying things. That didn't work, and so forth. One of the geniuses of America is that people who can go bankrupt can be rehired and become hugely successful. Many of my favorite entrepreneurs, the first I didn't work, the second I didn't work, the third I didn't work, and the fourth, boom, right? So never stop trying.
On a similar note, when a project is deeply uncertain, but potentially transformative, how do you communicate your vision and guide your team through that uncertainty?
What I try to do is I try to frame the question correctly. Usually, if you can ask, so let's start with the basic principle. Don't tell people to do, ask what people want to do, right? But frame the question. Okay, this is what we want to do. What is the best idea? Because frankly, people don't like to be told what to do. They like to be asked, right? And the key leadership is to frame the question or the goal in such a way that everyone kind of gets it. A simple rule is you have to repeat it at least 20 times before people believe you. So I become very repetitive. Another thing I do, which may be going out of favor because nobody uses email anymore, is I'm constantly writing down, this is what I think, this is where we should do, what do you guys think, and so forth. So it's much more interactive. And the strategies evolve. And then you get some great product manager who can brilliantly expose the result of this process. But it fundamentally starts from saying, what is our goal? So we want to win. OK, what does that mean? Another thing I do that works well is I start by saying, where will we be in 5 years? Humans are terrible at predicting past the next 12 months, right? If you force people to say, what will be true in 5 years, you get a very different answer. So here's an example. The cost of AI tokens, that is the delivery of queries, is going down by a factor of 10 every year.
Amazing.
So 5 years, 10 to the fifth, or sorry, 5 to the, you can do the math. It's a very large number. What happens when the cost of my little sonnet is so cheap, it's just everywhere? Right. All in praise of you, Mayor.
Of course.
What does that mean? Think backward. Almost every business fails to understand the compounding of these technologies.
You know, innovation is often referred to as managed chaos. Yeah. How do you explain that sort of juxtaposition, that tension between managing and something that's somewhat organized or ordered in chaos?
It has to do with the structure of goals. You want to think a lot about goal alignment. In corporations, it's pretty easy because everybody has stock options, they have a common goal. It's much harder in what you do because there's multiple goals. So if I were you, if I were running the city, which fortunately you're doing and I'm not, I would sit down and say, what are the real goals?
Prioritize.
Right? Healthcare, safety, economic growth, welfare, inward, and I'd measure them. Set the goals, measure them, articulate them, repeat, repeat, repeat.
So how do you protect true innovation from the bureaucracy that inevitably grows around that success and can stifle that same innovation?
In software, which is what I've done from 50 years, which is, I think, largely going away because AI is beginning to write software, my simple rule was that 3 people would invent something new, like the Chrome browser or the Android operating system or so forth, and then it would take 1,000 people to finish it. And I kept thinking, why do we need so many people? And there's this constant problem of every team, engineering team, management team, getting bigger and bigger. You want lean teams. The lesson over and over is lean teams. Another example, I have a rule with the companies I'm running now that if we do new things, you can only have 10 people, you can't have 11. When we go into a new country, you can have 10 people, but not 11. Because I figure 10 people is a group that's kind of a manageable group. It's self-managing. They know each other. They can figure it out and so forth. And you can judge the team. So what happens if you're not disciplined about that is you get people who I call glue people. And I mean this in the most affectionate way. They are very nice people. They glue person A to person B, and you discover you don't need them. Person A can talk to person B without the person in between. Yeah. And that glue person slows everything down. So time to decision, quickness, small teams, and agile thinking is important. My experience in talking about this around the world is everyone goes like this. And this means I'm a human, and I'm breathing, and I'm listening to you. It does not mean I'm going to do anything. So if you hear these ideas, unless you implement the things I'm talking about, you won't get the benefit. Knowledge is not sufficient. You actually have to take the leadership. And that's when it gets tough, because you're talking about very protected groups, protected individuals, and so forth. The great business people know when to push those and when not to. And that's a judgment.
So of course, moving on to AI. AI is going to be the most powerful tool humanity's ever created. It's also potentially going to be the most dangerous. Let's watch this clip.
A new age has begun, one not written in ink, but in code.
This innovation, this arrival of this new alien incredible intelligence.
Artificial intelligence, the most powerful tool humanity has ever created, and perhaps its greatest test.
The most important thing that's going to happen in about 500 years, maybe 1,000 years in human society.
Few understand it better than Eric Schmidt, the man who helped shape the digital world as we know it. Today he stands at the frontier of innovation and responsibility, asking the question that will define our future. Can we control what we've created? The next revolution isn't coming, it's already here.
So
Wow, that's as good as my sonnet.
What?
Thank you. Good job.
So I'm going to go a little off script, more provocative, I told you. So is this sort of AI race really a race between hopefully the good guys out-programming the bad guys? Is that what this race is going to be, with more power, more compute, more sort of programming knowledge? Is that how this is going to go down?
Well, the race to build a non-human intelligence that we collaborate with is the defining event of our generation, of our lifetimes. It will color everything. The gains will be phenomenal. One of my friends is dying of ALS. Can you imagine the value of a solution to that? It's horrible to see, and he's a great human being. I can go on and on about the tragedies that humans experience that these technologies can address. Healthcare is one obvious one. The arrival of intelligence for every single human being, right? Having an assistant that's as smart or smarter than you, the Einstein in a pocket. Just imagine all of that. These things, it's very hard to predict what will happen with this amount of new intelligence. Remember I said the most important are humans. Well, now we have humans plus the AI. There are plenty of downsides, right? And we can talk about them. But the most important thing is this stuff needs to be built in America, on our values, with our views. And I feel very, very strongly about this. I want American, I'll use the word liberalism in the classic sense. America's rule of law, its individual freedom, its distrust of the government, the combination of that individualism, the frontier belief is really, really important. And we're on a revolutionary frontier here. A simple example is, imagine if the internet had been invented in China. Just think about it. Just think about how different it would be and how different your experience would be on it.
By the way, after that sonnet, there's no offense taken whatsoever. So first question was a little bit provocative. I think my second question is the following. The acceleration of the intelligence is so profound that the question becomes, are these systems going to have their own consciousness? Mm-hmm. And if they have their own consciousness, are they going to be able to make decisions independent of the prompting? Which means, if they're smarter than us and they're independently prompted, can they figure out more intelligently than we can how to prevent us from turning them off?
Yes, you're now writing a movie script that I think we're going to see a lot of movies written about. So for a bit of background right now, these AI systems are prompted by humans. The technical term is called prompt engineering. And young people in college will go to prompt engineering class where they'll learn how to manipulate these models in really, really powerful ways. That's not general intelligence. That's special intelligence. So if I'm a physicist, which I'm not, I'll have my physics assistant and I'll say, I have the following idea, and the physics assistant will say, well, I've analyzed that, here's a better idea for you. But the invocation or the initiation occurs from the human. The question is, when do these systems, when are they able to initiate it on their own? The technical term for that is called recursive self-improvement. They're just naturally learning and getting smarter. And there are all sorts of terrible scenarios. It discovers that the only thing the computer needs is electricity, so it decides to shut down a hospital to get more electricity for itself. Those are the kind of movie scenarios. To me, all of these are red lines. the point at which we humans give agency to these computers for what they do is a mistake. And I think collectively we need to define those red lines. Another example would be access to weapons. The last thing I want is an AI system making decisions about nuclear war, nor do any of us. That kind of thing.
I have a bunch of questions from that. Because the problem is with that is certainly, and we see this sort of play out geopolitically, the US, we presume, will be responsible. The question is, how do we deal with people who may have this that are not responsible? Yeah. Well, number one. And I'll give a little bit of hope to humanity. This is the second time I interview Eric, by the way. And we talked about this the first time, just to give humanity a little bit of hope. Obviously, nuclear weapons have been around for a generation. But for the first time that they were employed, thankfully, we've limited this technology to something that has not so far destroyed us. So I guess my question is, we can potentially have faith in our country, hopefully, to do the right thing and draw those red lines. How do we deal with the nefarious actors who may not be so ethical?
We're going to have this problem. Every technology, I mean, when Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, it didn't occur to him that criminals would use it. I remember one day people said, "Did you know that there are criminals on the internet?" And I said, "Who let them in?" Right? We didn't design the internet for criminals, and they showed up, right? So you have to assume the same thing is going to happen with this technology. And I think the most important thing is to put in the observational systems to watch for it. And we should be able to create surveillance systems within the internet to watch for bad actors, at least in the extreme cases. I'm worried about it for the following reason. In our lifetimes, in the next 5 or 10 years, every single human on the planet who has a mobile phone, cell phone, will have access to Einstein, Leonardo da Vinci, whomever, in some form. We've never had that devolution of power. We've never had that decentralized empowerment of humans. Now, this group, I trust. There's an awful lot of wacky countries and wacky cultures and wacky religions, where I'm not so sure I would trust their collective action being consistent with our values.
For sure.
Right. And I think history will judge us based on how we handle the humans as this intelligence evolution occurs and empowers individuals.
So the most famous use case, obviously, of AI right now is the large language models. I mean, they're the ones that are being used day in and day out. What would you say are probably going to be, let's say, the top 1 or 2 or 3 next use cases that you think are going to change things? And maybe 1 or 2 that people aren't thinking about?
Well, so today there are sort of 3 things going on. I'll simplify it. Language stuff, that's what we were joking about with large language models. There's something called the agentic revolution, where you have agents. An agent takes language in, it has memory, and it produces something. So it says, I want to do a conference in Miami. And it selects the venue. And then it calls the mayor. And the mayor says yes, because the mayor is very pro-business. And then it calls the security people. And then it calls the contractors. And then it designs the stadium. Each of these is a work plan, right? Over and over again, that's workflow. Workflow is what happens in business. The technical industry believes 2 things. First, the scaling laws, which are the laws of improvement, are not slowing down. The crazy investment that you see is there for a reason. They're seeing the kind of gains, this factor of 10 every year, are continuing to come. It's pretty amazing. And most importantly, with that investment comes everything else that we talked about. It's enormously expensive. And by the way, we're going to run out of electricity before we run out of money, which is a separate discussion. But the important thing is you have language. The next thing, and then you have agents. And these agents do everything. There's something called agent orchestration, where you can move the agents around. And the third one is essentially reasoning. You now have systems that can pass math tests, chemistry tests, biology tests, and so forth at the graduate level and beat the humans. That's really remarkable. And I've watched them, and I have no idea what problems they're solving. And you can watch them go forward, it doesn't work, they problem solve like a human being. The union of those is the power. That will give us the power to innovate, to address our problems. And the thought experiment that I would give you is, let's imagine that one of the American companies, I obviously have my own bias, but we'll pick somebody else, whoever, manages to get to the point where these systems can solve problems that humans have never been able to solve. what is the value of that company? How many trillions
Infinity.
of dollars in one company?
Infinity.
Right, it's literally, I mean, think about all the problems you face every day, and it can solve every one of them. And you can sit there and drink coffee and, you know, sort of
My
watch
wife
it.
just solves most of them, but that's okay.
That's right. The important thing is that we're on the threshold of being able to have truly new innovation. And that's the hype, that's the promise. If we don't get there, people will be destroyed just from their own hype. I mean, it's extraordinary.
I'm going to ask one last question. It's a follow-up to the problem that you presented. Is SMRs, which are small-scale modular reactors, is that the solution for that energy gap that you're talking about, or is it going to be something else?
We need more energy in America. We need every kind of energy. We need nuclear. We need fusion. We need natural gas. We need renewables. We need wind. We need solar. We need it all. Why? Because those data centers, which account for 1% of GDP growth this year in America, need power. If you want that 3% growth that the president and others have talked about, you need to solve the energy problem.
Eric, thank you so much. What a provocative conversation.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Can I read one thing?
Go, of course.
I was thinking a lot about, you gave me the honor to talk to this incredible group, about the frontier. In 1893, a fellow named Frederick Turner talked about the frontier. And he said, to the frontier, the American intellect owes its striking characteristics. This is 150 years ago. That coarseness and strength combined with acuteness and inquisitiveness, that practical, inventive turn of mind, quick to find expedients, that masterful grasp of material things, lacking in the artistic but powerful to effect great ends, that restless, nervous energy, that dominant individualism, working for good and evil, and with all that buoyancy and exuberance which comes with freedom. These are the traits of the frontier. This is America. This is us. This is why we're here. This is why you're a great leader. Thank you very much.
That was in 1893.
1893.
You know what happened 3 years later?
What's that?
You know what happened 3 years later?
What?
The city of Miami was established. 1896.
1896.
There you go.
Happy birthday to Miami.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Okay, Mayor.
Take
Okay,
care,
good.
my friend.
Thank you, guys.
At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, you don't just learn, you achieve. Through our interdisciplinary Bachelor of Science in Business and Government Leadership, you'll gain perspective, innovate, and connect with real-world leaders.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with you.
Leadership starts here.
PIF is one of the world's largest and fastest growing sovereign wealth funds. The United States is PIF's most important market outside of Saudi Arabia. Since 2017, PIF has directed $170 billion into the U.S. economy, fueling growth, creating opportunities, jobs, and contributing $33 billion to U.S. GDP. Together with our U.S. partners, U.S. businesses, and top global asset managers, we're advancing innovation across mobility, aviation, renewables, sport, technology, finance, and more. Strengthening markets and creating long-term value across both nations. PIF's deep U.S. commitment spans across sectors, from $23.8 billion U.S. equities and our New York office to Live Golf, CONCACAF, FIFA Club World Cup, Surge, Stake, and PFL, and Santabills as one of Silicon Valley's largest backers in next-generation technology companies. From shared investments to shared ambition. Anchored by major stakes in Lucid Motors, Savvy's $8.5 billion acquisitions of Scopely and Niantic, and Google Cloud AI centers, our partnership is building opportunities that reach far beyond today. Looking to 2030, PIF's U.S. partnership grows even stronger, creating over 500,000 American jobs and building long-term prosperity across both nations. From vision to value, PIF is invested in better.
America Business Forum proudly presents Jamie Dimon, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of JPMorgan Chase.
Grew up talking finance at the kitchen table as a kid.
What are you doing now? What are you doing to serve your people? Why can you do better? What is somebody else doing?
In a world shaken by crisis, one man stood firm. As CEO of JPMorgan Chase, Jamie Dimon built the world's most powerful bank, not by following the crowd, but by leading through the storm. While others fell in 2008, his discipline and foresight turned risk into resilience. A visionary of modern finance, a symbol of leadership when it mattered most. The leader built to last. America Business Forum presents Jamie Dimon. For the following interview, George Gonzalez, Vice Chairman and CEO of City National Bank of Florida, takes the stage of America Business Forum.
Thank God. Good to see you. All right. So, Jamie, before we get started, I just want to take a second and thank everybody for being here this morning. I wasn't here yesterday, but I saw a bunch of video clips, and yesterday's program was outstanding. The lineup of speakers, including President Trump, really reflects the stature of this event, but more importantly, it reflects the stature of the city of Miami and the influence that we are generating both nationally and globally. Jamie, I'm sure you've been to a lot of conferences, I've been to a lot of conferences, and I've never seen the lineup of speakers that we've had yesterday and what we're going to have today. And a quick story. Mayor Francis called me up about 2 months ago and said, George, I am thinking about doing this event. Here are my speakers, and we're going to make this happen. I said, Francis, you're crazy. You got 2 months to pull this together. Look at the speakers. You have the president, you have Jamie Dimon, you have a whole list of very influential people. You're never going to make this happen. But if you want to do it, let's try. And here we are. So Francis, you're a little nuts, but congratulations on a heck of an accomplishment. So with that, I want to take a second and one more time welcome one of the most respected voices in global finance, one of the most influential bankers of our generation, Jamie Dimon.
George, thank you. So thrilled to be here. Thank you.
So, Jamie, my guess is a lot of people have heard a lot about your professional accomplishments, your career, and your impact to banking. But let's start with something a little bit more personal. And let's talk about how did your childhood and how did your family influence who you are as a person and who you are as a leader?
Right. So first of all, thrilled to be here. A little embarrassing, this whole entry, but it's quite a production. I grew up, my grandparents were all Greek immigrants who came from Greece, never finished high school, moved to Jackson Heights, Queens, not far from where President Trump grew up, with a slightly smaller apartment than he had, a rental. But there were values that your parents taught. You didn't even know was happening at the time, which is, I'd say very fundamentally, it came from my grandparents, my parents, have a purpose in life. That purpose could be banking or art or science or being a political leader. It could be a caregiver. Treat everyone with respect. Everyone, like everyone equally and everyone fairly and everyone properly. Do the best you can. You know, whatever you're going to do the best you absolutely can, and hopefully make the world a better place while you're doing whatever you do. And those are kind of those values that's embedded in me, and I still believe them, and they're important for my family, and I think they're important for a lot of folks I talk about. You know, when you talk about what actually drives them, it's things like that.
So you mentioned a very important word there, purpose. At what point in your life did you feel like you knew what your purpose was and your passion were going to be or needed to be or you wanted to be?
I didn't really. I guess I was in college, and I was always interested in business. I always read a lot. I always was interested in going out. My dad became a stockbroker, so I knew about financial services. But at one point, what I really wanted to do was help build a great company. Be part of the team, building a great company. I didn't know what I would be doing, but I knew that being part of a team, and anyone, I listened to Eric Schmidt, when you're on a team, and it's no different than team sports. You want the team to win, and that was kind of a driving thing. To me, financial services was fascinating because when you wake up in the morning and read a newspaper, almost everything in that paper is going to affect you. All around the world, stocks, markets, politics. So it's just I always found it a very fascinating field.
I'm going to skip around a little bit, but you just mentioned something that I struggle with every day, and I'm sure a lot of people here do as well. In today's environment where there's so much information coming at you, so much media, so many moving, fluid perspectives, where do you find the most accurate information that allows you to make decisions and to really set strategy for your organization?
Yeah, well, there are really two ways. I get up really early. I read 5 papers. I read everything people send me. I'm constantly reading all the time, surveying the landscape of competitors, countries, and stuff like that. The second way is really just get on the road and get out with your management team, get in a bus and go to a branch and talk to a lot of people, because a lot of very smart people out there. And the best ideas don't even come from America. They come from places you don't expect it, and you run into technologies and you learn things. I remember years ago I sent the consumer banking team 15 years ago to China, and they were like, "Why are we going to China? We're an American U.S. consumer bank." And I said, "You'll find out when you get there." And I had them meet with Ping An and Tencent and WeChat and Alibaba, and it opens up your eyes. So just get out. I can go to a branch. You and I can go to a branch together today and sit down and talk to the tellers, and we will learn something. Something stupid that we do, or something that doesn't work, or something that they did better in another bank where they worked before, or something like that. So just constantly talking to people, constantly surveying the landscape, Yeah, I heard Eric use the word curiosity, constant curiosity. Once your mind closes, you're not going to be able to make a lot of progress on a lot of things.
Not only do you learn something, but you probably get the real story of what's really happening, that by the time things get to you from a leadership standpoint, it's been filtered so many times, but when you're hearing it firsthand, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I don't allow people to filter stuff. I still read customer complaints, and I always tell people, if they ask you a question, you got to respond to me directly and not go up that chain of command, because that chain of command, starts to edit it and fine-tune it, and you got, if you're in a position like mine, you just got to break down those barriers all the time. The bureaucracy does want to control you, so you got to kill the bureaucracy. That's part of my job,
So let's go back to your personal life. I think we all understand and believe that challenges are also silver linings in life. So as you think about your career, your personal life, what's been some of your hardest lessons, and what did you learn from them?
In the personal life, we've all been through, some forms of personal hardships. But the lessons from those hardships, if you're talking about the mistakes you made, like the things you did personally, that's a great quote. You don't learn a lot from the second kick of the mule. Again, I heard the mayor and Eric talking about it. We've all made a tremendous amount of mistakes. And I always say there's a pattern to them sometimes. Like when you act in anger, well, that is almost always a mistake. When I was a young executive, someone gave me a business card that said, all I had to do was fill out the date. My name is Jamie Dimon, and I'd like to apologize for my behavior on the night of X, because I would lose my temper over something. So, so you're constantly learning about that too. And it's better to learn from other people's mistakes than making them yourself. And you could do that too.
So Jamie, the institution that I'm privileged to lead is $30 billion, 1 or 2 states, 1,300 employees. You're leading a $4.5 trillion institution, 60 countries, 48 states, 300,000 employees. All right, we're almost the same. It's pretty much equal playing grounds between Jamie and I. Another 120 years or so, I'll be on that side of the room. But when you think about the importance of culture, we believe culture is the backbone of strategy. But when you think about the importance of culture, how do you implement culture when you have an organization that's all about managing risk and it's of that size?
Yeah. Well, first, I've been there for quite a while, so it's a little bit different. But you better be relentless. And again, I'm going to go back to the team example. If you have a team of people, everyone does their homework, everyone does their sprints, everyone learns the plays. And if you're the coach or the boss or whatever, you better be relentless. And we're pretty relentless on that. And it's not because you say we treat employees properly. They see you do it. They see you have bad people, you ask them to leave. I remember the first time I have fired clients because they mistreat our employees. That goes through the whole organization, that these people mean what they say what they mean. Getting on the road, a lot of people say, we're going to take care of the customer, but you go to a lot of corporations, they all stay at the corporate headquarters and talk to each other. They're not going on a sales call. They're not going to sweat the issue with why the client may not be happy with you or something like that. So you just got to have to do it day in, day out, 7 days a week, kind of relentlessly. When you go through business reviews, you're going through the detail. How long does it take to do this? How long does it take to do that? And then people get it over time, and it kind of filters through the company. And then you got to communicate. I undervalued communication earlier in my life, but if you can communicate it properly and clearly, it really matters. And it can't be corporate pablum. It's got to be words people actually understand. So, with stuff that comes out of my office is written by me. There's no corporate bullshit in it. I can't stand it. I won't allow it. But of course, people write it for me, and they think I'm going to send it out, and I will not. And people know when you're speaking to them. And
so, as I'm scrolling through Instagram, I consistently run across Jamie Dimon quotes. You're legendary. So one of the quotes that I thought about was, the worst thing a company can have is a bunch of yes men. How do you ensure that people are telling you the truth? How do you filter out the BS from the truth? And particularly when you're Jamie Dimon, because people want to please you. How do you filter this out?
Yeah, so if people try to please me, it pisses me off. That is not the goal of an organization. Even when people say they want to be loyal to me, that gets me a little upset too, because they say, don't be loyal to me. Be loyal to the principles for which we stand. Be loyal to the company, the clients. That's not a personal type of thing. I was at a thing like this years ago, and a woman was giving a great speech, and she said, you have to have one truth teller at the table. And she was walking out, and I came up next, and I said, can I just stop you for 1 second? If you've got 10 people around the table, and there's only one truth teller, you have a problem. And you weed them out. That when people are honest and forthright, they raise the hand and they say, that is not accurate. And you better have that, because if you don't have that, you will be going off base very quickly. And so you have a kind of a BS meter about how people are. And also, like you said, when you travel people, I mean, one of the favorite things I do, I call it the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm at the bar with you guys. And when I'm at the bar hanging out with a bunch of people in the company around the world, they'll tell you. When they trust you, they'll tell you, yeah, Jamie, you really got to look at this. You don't understand what's happening, and then they also know you'll respond. It doesn't make them right, but they know that I heard it, and now it's my job maybe to do something about it. And over time, they see you do the right thing, and they know that you mean what you say. And then everyone who works for you does the same thing. So you don't have to necessarily come to me, because there are a lot of people who say, this is the right way to do something, and we simply do it.
So basically, what you're saying is leading by example is a key element of making sure that the people that you're trying to instill certain beliefs in, they're watching you basically emulate those behaviors.
Yeah, and you can't have friends of Jamie.
Right.
That your door's open to everybody. I don't know if Eric said this morning, but when you're in a room with a bunch of people, you got to reach out to the person who's not speaking up. You got to reach out. There are shy people in the room. They may be man or woman or black or white or LGBT, but it's our job to reach out to them and to have enough empathy to see that they want to say something, but they're a little embarrassed or it's harder for them to do it. And and so very often I'll talk to someone after a meeting and ask them that. And then you got to get rid of the bad. There are these really, really bad traits that get built up, and I'm sure you've all seen these. It's the meeting after the meeting. Well, I didn't want to say it in front of everybody, and they're trying to get you to change the decision the group had made. It's the rope-a-dope, where the information wasn't shared beforehand. It's all these little tricks that the politicians and the BSers do to try to capture it. I don't have meetings after a meeting. I tell people, if you can't say it in front of your partners, don't say it at all. You get paid a lot of money to do the right thing. And so, and again, I'll go back to a team example. In corporations, you can do a lot of BS, but you can't do it on a football field. That person, they learn their play, they didn't learn their play, the coach will take them out. But in our field, it's very easy to, let people, they're nice people, they're a friend of mine. So the discipline on the sports team, that's what you want inside a company too.
So Jamie, you've highlighted the value of learning from your competitors and also the value of learning from other institutions outside of your industry. And when you think about what are some of the insights that you've been able to draw from companies or leaders outside of the financial services industry?
Yeah. So when I say I travel and see people, I always go see other companies. I've been to Google and Dell Computer and WeChat and Alibaba. I mean, it's amazing to learn. So you have to do it outside your own industry. I always love to ask people, how do you run your joint? What do you do? How do you meet? When do you meet? Who has the follow-up list? How do you run your office? How do you deal with customer complaints? And so you're always learning from that too. And there are always new tricks. And they're always, if you look at, people write analyst reports or people write for newspapers and magazines, there's always someone who just did something different or better. And I even remember when I was a younger executive, there was another guy there called Bob Lipp, who's a very good friend of mine. I was watching him run a meeting. He was fabulous in running the meeting. He made it fun, but there was no BS about it. And he used to always use a quote, celebrate your successes, but in the management meeting, emphasize the negatives. And he would always take you on the road and always take you to branches. And he would show you how to make it you didn't go to a branch just to show the flag. You went to a branch he'd sit down with we'd have lunch with the tellers in the back or something like that and learn from them. And you learn from other people all the time. I still learn tricks of the trade, always.
Jamie, we have a quick video, but before we kick off the video, you've been an unbelievably influential role model in the world of finance, business, even public policy, and geopolitics. And during the financial crisis, you were known to be the face of stability. So when everybody else was running for cover, you were cool, calm, and collective. So let's show a quick video, and then we're going to get back to a question for you.
In 2008, the world's financial system was on the brink. Markets collapsed, giants fell, fear spread faster than reason.
Basically, everyone's job is gone. Well, that's not what we've been told in finance.
But in the eye of the storm, one leader stood steady. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JPMorgan Chase, guided his team with discipline, foresight, and conviction.
Doing a better job educating Americans about the power of our liberty, our freedoms.
While others chased risk, he built resilience. Through decisions that would define a generation, JPMorgan emerged not broken, but stronger. A fortress of stability in a world of uncertainty. A masterclass in leadership under pressure. A story of foresight, courage, and the power of principle.
So, you know, there's crisis and then there's crisis. When everything around you seems to be unstable and on fire, and the system seems to be on fragile ground, what's the requirement of leadership, and what does that really feel like in that moment?
Yeah. You know, it's like, I mean, first of all, you're kind of prepared beforehand, so you have people and risks, and I tell you that what really changed wasn't much we did, is that our risk committee used to meet once a week. It was meeting 5 times a day, including midnight or 5 a.m. in the morning to capture what was going on in Asia. And you got rid of all formality. You have a problem, you bring it up. You need, you need people who are experts in this client, this credit, this legal system in Iceland or something like that. They're in the room, and you just move. It actually is kind of calming because you just roll up your sleeves. You start working 15 or 20 hours a day. You do it 7 days a week until the crisis is over. And, you know, as opposed to, it's almost like more relaxing to actually attack the problem than to worry about the problem. And so even today when I have a real deep problem, I'd rather go to work, get the people there. And also we have a lot of great people. So, you know, we were just working it, just nonstop all the time. You know, you are kind of breathless. I mean, you have people all around you. You know, some of these companies, you know, people lost their money, their life, their careers. And it's terrible, but you want to help. So even some of these things, you know, we set up outsourcing groups to get jobs for people who had lost their jobs, et cetera. And you just try to do the best you can. And you learn, by the way, that some people in a crisis, they are fabulous, and some people in a crisis, they are like children. I mean, literally like scaredy little children who can't believe that they have to have any kind of pressure like this. Like somehow life should have given them the gift of no problems ever. And so you learn a lot about people in a crisis.
You know, it's interesting. When I hear you talking about crisis and you just got to work the problem, one of the things that we talk about at our organization is when there's crisis, it creates focus. And in all honesty, it allows you, if you can navigate that, when you get through the crisis, you've outperformed your peers. There's an opportunity to create some distance between you and everybody else because you were better prepared to navigate that situation and you executed. During good times, everybody's doing good.
Yeah.
During crisis, not everybody executes at that performance.
Yeah. And we've had pretty good times for quite a while now, yes.
So let's tackle something that you speak a lot about, which is you are a full-throated patriot and capitalist.
Yeah.
That's something that you've said repeatedly. And how do those beliefs, how do they guide your decision-making, particularly in a world that appears or is definitely so divided as we are today?
Yeah. Well, you know, first of all, the most important thing to me is family and all that. Right next to that is my country. And it's not because it's just my country. Remember, this country was not a tribe. It was not a nationality. It was an idea. And anyone can become an American. And the power of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of enterprise, independence. You can do what you want. You can live what you want. You can say what you want. You can believe what you want. You get to vote for our people in government. It creates this huge innovation. I don't think all the American public fully understands the power of that freedom. And you got to, you know, those of us who travel around the world, you'd be surprised how there are far less freedoms overseas, and it's stifling, and the heavy hand of government, which could be pretty powerful in a lot of countries. So, I mean, I deeply believe that it is this democracy, this country, are the shining city on the hill. It's the arsenal of democracy. It's the arsenal of freedom. It's going to be that way. It's going to be that way for the next 100 years. And all you got to do is read history. The world relies on us. I tell people, even non-aligned nations rely on America for the safety and security we provide for the world. And you got to be very careful when you look at what that means for people. So I think we should celebrate it. We should teach civics more. We should teach history more. We could acknowledge our flaws, but we should not denigrate the greatness of this country.
So, Jamie, how do we bridge these political divides in our country, or even around the world? Yeah. How's that going to happen? And what's the future that you see for the United States of America?
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, read history again. We've had divides before. We had the Great Depression. We had Civil War, for God's sake. We had Revolutionary War. We've had some terrible times. When I was growing up, students were killed on American campuses. Martin Luther King was killed. Robert F. Kennedy was killed. I mean, take a deep breath about history, okay? And that's what we are. We have a democracy. Sometimes it looks tough, and sometimes it looks tough. I say participate. We get involved, as you mentioned, in policy, getting things right. Getting policy right is kind of free for the American public. We need to do more of that. Just get involved. I am concerned, away from America, about the free and democratic world. So think of the wars in Ukraine, the terrors in the Middle East. Those things are challenging the world as we know it. Now, I think we'll be okay. I don't think of divine rights as success. So I think we have to work those things to get them right. So I'm much more concerned about that than our democracy, per se.
So JPMorgan just recently announced a $1.5 trillion initiative to help fuel America's security and resiliency. And you're going to be investing significantly in advanced manufacturing and defense and energy, AI, and quantum. What's the form of those investments, and what do you think that's going to help achieve over the next 5 or 10 years?
Yeah, so I often ask myself the question, what you should do. So if you read, I write my chairman's letter every year, and last year I talk about all these policies we got wrong in America, and that we need to fix them, and them, housing and education and crime and immigration and all these things we could do better, and it's holding us back. But this year, I started asking the question, well, what can we do about it? What can JPMorgan Chase do about it? Now, we do a lot around the American dream, about housing and mortgages and education and healthcare and skills. But the SRI, the Strategic Resiliency Initiative, is to help finance, either kind of with equity money or big loans, companies who are building things that make America and our allies resilient. So think of aerospace, defense, AI, super chips, some of these data centers you read about. Think of medical ingredients. What can we do to secure the future and health of the United States of America and our allies around the world? And so we're going to add, over the next 10 years, another $500 billion of financing. That could be for big companies. We're going to also do $10 billion of more like equity financing to help. Think of a middle market company that makes an optical equipment that goes an F-35 fighter, but they want to build a second plant in anticipation of a government contract. We may buy a piece of the company, give them the money to build the plant. So we're just forming around it. We're putting real power about this. We want to do our part. And if you look back, I hate crying over spilled milk. We all should have started doing this 15 years ago. The Chinese have been doing this for 15 years. And so we're a little late. You read about rare earths, but we can catch up. We have the time, but we got to do it quickly. And we're also going to write about policy. We have a lot of policy to stop us from doing this. How we do budgeting for the military, a whole bunch of other things. So we're going to do a lot of work, to make sure we're doing the right things to keep us all free and safe.
This administration, Trump's administration, seems to be very, very focused on trying to lower the amount of regulation and bureaucracy so that private sector, the economy can prosper. How do you see that playing out, and how do you see that impacting the financial services industry?
I love the fact about being pro-business. This notion that somehow being anti-business is going to help the average American citizen or even the lower paid. So I agree with the concept. I don't think we've done a particularly good job taking care of the bottom 20% of our citizens. Their incomes didn't go up, their health care is worse, they live in more crime in the neighborhoods, their schools don't work really well, and we did that. That's Democrat and Republican policies, by the way. So I agree with that concept. I don't agree with the concept of beating up business as a way to fix it. Business creates jobs, business pays people, business does... So I do think business can get involved, and I may write an op-ed soon about good public policy is free. Okay, if we do a better job for schools, it's free. If we do some of this our regulatory system has got, and I'm not talking about banks, by the way, any one of you get involved in regulation, you could be a restaurant, you could be a small business, it is terrible, federal, state, permitting, local. The affordable housing problem, it's all regulatory stuff. You can't build a multifamily thing. You can't put this here. It doesn't have enough parking. It's got to have all these things. It's all regulatory. And so we can fix this stuff, and it's free. The government doesn't have to borrow more money to fix it. We already spend the money. We just need to fix the system a little bit. And so I think we should all get involved in trying to fix these policies that would make our country work far better. And deregulation is part of it. If you don't believe me, go to Europe, folks, okay? In Europe, used to have a GDP per person of 90% of America. It's now 65% of America. It's on its way to 50% of America, which will jeopardize the health of Europe itself over time, and it's all anti-business, anti-investment, anti-innovation, and they kind of know it. And if they don't fix it, and we should help them fix it, because if Europe does badly, I think it's really bad for the Western world too. So, so I am very pro this. I'm not. And we should do it wisely.
Jamie, let's tackle AI for a second. I was in New York last week, and I met with your team. I met with Google, Microsoft, Accenture, Boston Consulting, you name it. And the amount of money that is being invested in artificial intelligence and the pace of that investment is unbelievable. How is that going to reshape the economy? How is it going to reshape the way we do business these days?
Look, it's going to affect, the way I look at it is every application, every job, every customer interface, everything we all do, and you're all going to have your own personal assistants. You're going to have agents that do research for you every time you wake up in the morning. And I agree with Eric. It's going to be unbelievable. It's going to cure a lot of diseases that we've all been afflicted with. My guess is the developed world will be working 3.5 days a week in 20, 30, 40 years and have wonderful lives. And there are some dangerous parts, which I'll let Eric describe a little bit here. But I would say embrace it. Technology has downsides. It's used by bad people, but embrace it. We had 40 million people working on farms, tractors and fertilizers. It's now like 1.5 million. We live better lives. We have better food. Those people went to do other things, and so it'll be okay. We've been using it now for 13 years. We spend a lot of money on it. We know exactly what it does in certain things. It's literally at the beginning. There's whatever you think, there are waves of this coming down the road. And the only thing I'd add to that is if it happens too fast for society to adjust, and I will give you a thought exercise. I think there are 2 million commercial truckers in the United States, and if somehow you can push a button, convert it to AI, it's cheaper, faster, safer, less CO2. You kind of want to do it, but you shouldn't do it if you're going to put 2 million people out of jobs. And the way to handle that is retraining, income assistance, slow it down, early retirement, relocation programs, and it's all doable. And that would have to take both government and business doing that together. And so we should be preparing for that today because AI is happening rather quickly. We do it ourselves. We are constantly changing jobs, and we've reduced jobs in certain categories for AI. Almost all the people get redeployed. They go do other jobs. They're very smart, capable people. And I agree with Eric too. Human capital. You can't replace human capital. You can't replace thinking. All these things that people think are going to happen won't happen exactly the way you expect. So,
one of the things we like to say, and this will eventually change, that AI is not going to replace people. AI is going to replace people that don't use AI.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important element of what you're talking about here. So there's a lot of moving pieces right now. You got trade, you got tariffs, you got Fed policy, you have AI. What is the single most important piece of advice you would give an entrepreneur, CEO, of how to navigate this environment?
Yeah, okay, ready? Here's my single piece of advice. There is no one thing. Okay, you know, when you mentioned tariffs and trade and politics and geopolitics and potential inflation and Fed policy. You're gonna have to navigate all that. I think the best way to navigate that is actually, think it through. Kind of make the list of tailwinds and headwinds. They're not all going to happen at the same time. They're going to affect each other. If you look at all these problems we have, sometimes it isn't. People say tariffs. Well, that's just one thing. There are all these other things that take place, and they're like a lot of straws in the camel's back. And then look at the world a little bit. Like, what are the potential things of outcomes? Can you handle those outcomes? And then you'll be okay. Because what you really want to do is survive.
Right.
And serve clients when times are tough. And so, but there are a lot of things taking place today. And there's a lot of turbulence out there. And to me, that creates a little more uncertainty that you should be prepared for. And hopefully, continue to have the soft landing. But it may not happen. We just don't know.
I was just reflecting on what you just said about AI. And this, 2 years ago, my preparation for this interview would have taken 3 or 4 days, back and forth with the communication department. It took probably 10 minutes to come up with a list of questions and quotes, and it's just how quickly life is.
I was going to tell you did a great job, but now I know it was Gemini.
Well, I helped Gemini. I polished Gemini a little bit, but it was certainly. So let's tackle something that's been a little bit interesting for a couple of years. So you've been famously skeptical about Bitcoin. But I think you've come off of that a little bit over the last 6 months or 12 months. And I know JPMorgan uses a lot of blockchain, token, and a lot of innovation into your business and your approach. How do you balance the risk of investing in technologies that are going to drive innovation and future growth? And what are your thoughts on stablecoin and Bitcoin? That's a loaded question.
This is a great way to deal with an issue or something like that. Whenever we meet as a business unit, so it could be a small business unit like consumer branches or a big one like global investment banking, on the table and on the agenda is what are you doing in tech, AI, et cetera. That is always on the agenda. And I do it differently than other people. I don't say what's in your budget. I always say, are you doing everything you need to do to win in the future, period. And I don't care what the budget says. I don't care what it is. And you may walk in and say, you know what, I was just over somewhere. I really need to do X. My view is you better be doing X. So to me, the budget is a roadmap. It is not your boss. And so I make people, we're going to do that. Stablecoin was one where I don't know how it's going to play out. But that also answers my question is, what do we do about it? We're involved. We're building a stablecoin. We may build it with other banks. We have a JPMorgan deposit coin already, which I can pay you interest on. We use the blockchain. Any of these tools that you want to use for smart contracts and stuff like that, we are simply going to do. I don't know how it's going to sort out. But I'd rather be plain, which keeps us smart, than acting like I know the answer to it. And so, and we do that with all technology. Whether sometimes, regardless of what I think about it, I want you to be dabbling in it, because you're being smart, and it is much more important than saying Jamie does or doesn't like it and something like that. So, and we do that with almost all frontier type of technologies.
I'm going to shift on you a little bit. So there's been a historic relocation of both people and capital to Florida and to South Florida, primarily from the west coast of the country, the Northeast, Illinois, DC, you name it. And what are your thoughts on that? Is that going to continue? And for the residents of Wall Street South, how should we think about the future relative to that relocation that's taking place?
Yeah, my bottom line is I think that everyone has to compete. And when I grew up in New York City, I was probably one of those New York City kids that thought that it's New York City, New Jersey, and the rest of the world, something like that. And you know why New Yorkers are so depressed?
Why?
Because the light at the end of the tunnel is New Jersey. But now, and when I first started traveling the world, a lot of cities weren't great places, including like London, or Singapore, or Hong Kong, or Nashville, or now they're great. I mean, all these cities, they've got opera and food and infrastructure and terrific universities, and it's a competitive world. It's competitive between countries, it's competitive between cities, it's competitive between states, and you're mentioning a bunch of these states that are driving business out, and it will backfire. And so people vote with their feet, and some people act like they vote with their feet because they're selfish. They vote with their feet because they see a better life for them and their family. I'm not mad at someone if they leave JPMorgan because they say they got a better opportunity. I'm like, I understand. It's your life. I want you to be happy. It's not about you making me happy. And so there's a competitive element to all these things. And like even COVID taught you that you can work, a lot of people can work in different cities and be quite productive. And we have big technology centers around the world, including Buenos Aires, because they've got a great university on coding and engineering in Argentina. And so Miami and Florida compete. They compete with taxes, they compete with universities, we have more employees in Texas today than we have in New York. If you go to Texas, you want to build something, you build it. The taxes per personal and individual lower. They've got their universities make sure they're graduating the students you want. And if you need to change a bus route because you have 5,000 employees somewhere, they just change the route. You go to other cities, you'll be negotiating for 20 years. And I think they're making a mistake. And a lot of those cities do things in the name of good, which create bad. All of these bad policies, in my view, usually hurt the lower paid people more. That's what happens. And they also don't acknowledge their problems. So I think like in inner cities, we do a lot of work in inner cities in the United States, in the schools. But the first thing is, raise your hand and say we aren't graduating kids with the skills they need to have a well-paying job. So I give you skills, 16 weeks, advanced manufacturing or taking care of a car, taking care of a Cessna, coding, compliance, something like that, $60,000 a year job at 17 with full medical. We're not doing it. We're just simply not doing it. And then, and I'm not going to blame any particular group here, but if you don't stand forward and say, we have a problem, this isn't working, you won't fix it. So there's a lot to do. And, like going back to Miami, Florida's done a great job. And if you look at what's happening, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia are growing. California, Texas. Texas has just started a new stock exchange. I don't know if it's going to work, but it's going to probably be bad for ISS and Glass Lewis, and I think that's great. I think those institutions are terrible and should be crushed. And so the domicile of corporations, the litigation system we have to deal with. We better start fixing these things, because if we don't, folks, in 30 years, we're going the way of Europe. And, and we have to open our eyes and make sure we're quite clear. And if we do it right, it'll help all of our citizens, all of them, not just, the people who you think are well off.
Jamie, you have a very famous quote that says, if you're not confused, you don't know what's going on. I love that. Yeah. So that confuses me. What are you confused about most right this second?
I'm always trying to, sometimes people think these CEOs are totally on top of stuff. Just so you know, half the time I feel like I'm riding a Bronco and hanging on for dear life. And all the things you talk about, what does this mean and what does that mean? Well, I worry about all those things, and they do get quite confusing. But I heard Eric said, we iterate over and over. We don't try to get the answer in the first time. We meet, we'll do it again, we'll do it again, we'll do it again. And sometimes, so I tell people, in most even very complex issues, the answer is waiting to be found. It's waiting to be found if you get the right people working it over and over, looking at it from multiple different angles, or at least by the time you make that decision, you've minimized the chance of making a terrible mistake.
So I have 20-year-old kids. They're first year freshmen in college. And one of the things that my wife and I struggle with is, what advice do we give young folks today about their professional careers, given the fact that there's so much volatility in such a quickly changing landscape? The advice that I received from my parents is completely different than the advice that we should be providing kids today. What would you say?
I learn, first of all, the world is faster and it's more complex. It doesn't change my advice that much, but learn. It's a lifelong thing. You learn by already talking about people and reading always. And it's always changing. Whatever profession you're in, it's changing again. You should be reading, thinking, talking, traveling, et cetera. Develop your EQ. Your EQ ultimately is probably more important for your happiness. It's probably more important for management skills. We're just part of a team. I love Ted Lasso. The Ted Lasso is, and Eric's part of it. The team, the coach is trying to get both the individuals and the team to function properly, get the best out of everybody. Sometimes it dictates discipline. Teach the kids discipline. I'm quite disciplined. I do my homework, I do my exercise, I do my reading, I do all my pre-reads, I'm always focused in a meeting. But develop your EQ, and your EQ is empathy, communication, follow-up. Are you earning people's trust and respect? You know, there are a lot of people who aren't trusted and respected because they're BSers, and everyone else knows. You know, and so they have to be flexible all the time. You know, have good partners in life. Important that they take care of their mind, body, spirit, soul, friends, family, and health. I mean, that's just got to be part of what you do. And you know, be curious, develop confidence, but don't be so overconfident, the arrogant. And another one is really important. Like one of the great piece of advice I remember a guy telling a whole bunch of people was, use the brains you have, and this I do think is really important, to figure out the truth, not to justify what you already think. And I see so many people, they are really smart, but that smartness gets rigid, and they think they're so smart that nothing you say is going to change what they think or how they think. And also, don't allow yourself to be weaponized. It's almost the same thing. People will jazz you up your whole life, so if you do all that, you have a great life. I love that poem, If. You know, if you keep your head around about yours when all those around you losing, if you can walk with kings and talk to the knaves, if you can, it's kind of that. You
know, Jamie, when I was getting ready to spend some time with you up on stage, I just assumed you had written the book. And I said, I got to go find this book. I don't think you've written a book. So with that in mind, what do you want your legacy to be when you're done with JPMorgan? What is it you're trying to, what would you want people to say about you when it's all said and done?
So when I first took over Bank One, a former CEO of a company came to see me and said, you've got to leave a mark. You've got to leave a legacy. And his idea was that we take Bank One international. And I looked at him and said, we're doing a shitty job in the United States. I mean, what right do I have to go do it overseas? I got to fix what we got before I do that. I also told him, when I go international, it'll be big. It won't be, and I called him up after we did the merger with JPMorgan, and I said, that's what I meant. I'm not doing this little rinky-dink stuff overseas. But I'm always afraid when a CEO, particularly of a bigger company, wants to leave a legacy, I always say, sell the stock. It's not about my legacy. I just want to leave behind a very healthy, vibrant company, and hopefully people say, you know, that son of a bitch made the world a better place. That's it. Thank you.
All right, so just two quick comments, and we're going to bring this to a close. First of all, I was in New York last week, and I have to say this. If you guys haven't, when you go to New York, you got to go check this out. The building that JPMorgan just built at 270 Park, it is phenomenal. It is really just an icon. I understand why it took a little bit of time, because things like that take time. And the American flag in the lobby, it is just world-class. Congratulations. That is,
thank you.
There's no way people don't want to go back to work in their office in that building.
And you probably didn't see it. The top 300 feet, and we've put it up there, an American flag, which you can see for miles of the building, totally lit up. And we can put anything up there, but not just the American flag.
Jamie, we're all done for this morning, but I want to take a second and say thank you. Thank you on behalf of the city of Miami. Thank you on behalf of the American Business Forum. Thank you on behalf of just the country for the leadership you provide, the candor and the transparency in which you communicate your messages that have been so unbelievably impactful to this country, to our industry, and to society. So thank you so much for everything you did.
George, thank you very much. Did a great job. Folks, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well done. Good job.
Pioneering investment inspires you to dig deeper and step up to the highest level. That's the PIF effect.
For the following interview, Brett Baer, official host of the America Business Forum, takes the stage.
Good to see you there, Brett.
Good to see you.
How you doing?
Afternoon, everybody. Do you have those kind of intros around the world when you're going to Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Middle East?
Only President Trump does, Brett.
Great to be here at the America Business Forum. Steve, it's great to see you. We're lucky that you're in town. You've bounced all over dealing with complex issues, trying to find peace in a lot of different places. But you also have this amazing business career, and I want to start there about your early life. You know, where did you grow up? How did it shape you? How did it kind of shape your drive and approach to business?
Well, I was born in the Bronx. My dad and my mom met in the Bronx. We moved to Baldwin Harbor, 1963. I think my dad paid $5,800 for the house there, Brett, a split level. We made another move to Long Island, and that's the story of my early childhood.
And did it shape how you looked at things, your upbringing?
Well, I always wanted to be in business, and my father wanted to be a physician. My grandfather had a heart attack, and he had to take over a sort of fledgling tailor business that my dad then grew into a ladies' coat manufacturer. But I think he always had a dream of wanting something more. And I practiced law. I represented the president, as you know. And I always wanted to be a real estate guy.
So you have developed some of the most iconic projects around the country. For these folks, maybe in real estate, other business, what is the secret of spotting a great opportunity before everyone else sees it? Is there something there?
I get asked that question all the time.
I'm sure.
I never have an answer that people are satisfied with. I spoke once at Columbia. They were all MBA graduate students, and no one liked my answer. They all thought that we had some sort of secret sauce as to find the right opportunity. I said the other day at the dinner for the speakers that we went deep into Miami when Francis Suarez came into office, as well as, thank you, as well as the governor. And because investing behind solid government, pro-business government, I think is an important feature. Giuliani changed the investment climate in New York in 1992. And then Mayor Bloomberg accentuated that. Low crime, pro-business, business doing things with government and a public-private benefits package, I mean informally. And it worked in New York. Unfortunately, it's turning now.
You know, I asked Ken Griffin about that yesterday, about New York, and you think that that will have an effect in real estate there?
I don't even think rent-stabilized housing has been destroyed. The value package there has destroyed it. But I think you see a lot of these people who are voting for people like Mandami, and they think it's just a bunch of rich people losing their money. That's not the really bad condition. The bad condition is you're going to see banks not finance that sector anymore. And when liquidity moves out of the system, that hurts everybody. People don't fix their properties up. That ultimately hurts the working class people who live there. And I grew up on working class housing. That's where I started my business, so I know it very well.
So speaking of that, real estate obviously has changed dramatically in the past decade, from financing, development cycles, cultural shifts, how people live and work around the country. What's been the biggest transformation that you've seen?
In the business?
Yeah, real estate.
Well, it's become institutionalized. When I first went into the business, Brett, in 1986, you didn't have JPMorgan in the business, or Blackstone in the business, or Apollo in the business, or there's so much institutional capital now. They were all afraid of owning housing. They thought that there was some sort of liability attached to it, and now everybody loves it.
What's the piece of advice that you wished someone had given you early on?
Don't sell.
Don't sell.
Yeah. That,
Hold on to it.
Yeah, but I couldn't afford not to sell. I mean, I had to sell because I started with, a $20,000 check from my dad who, and that was probably half his liquid net worth. But if I didn't sell, look, I wasn't just in it for the money. I actually enjoyed the people I met. I was blessed to be in my own business. So, but when I say don't sell, what I mean is that if you have conviction, if you believe in things, then stick with it.
But also, if you have the financial ability to hold on to the property over time, that has paid off, is what you're saying.
Correct. Like I'm really not in the business anymore because I've divested. So I have a son who runs the real estate business, and he's very good at it. And I have another son who runs our crypto business, and he's very good at that. But I tell my son, who oversees the real estate business, we shouldn't sell anything. Now, we have a lot in Florida. We've got a big, deep, long bet on Florida for all the obvious reasons. The only downside to Florida that people can think of is hurricanes. And yet, we haven't really seen one this year. California and Texas have much worse situations than that. So I just don't think you can underwrite global climate change and so forth. I think Florida is on the move.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, talk about Miami specifically in contrast to big cities like New York and LA.
Well, they're coming down here, Brett. I mean, I think in short order, you'll have some bigger headquarter moves. People want to spend their time here. And you've got great airports, great airlift coming in here. The restaurants are now wonderful. You've got sports teams down here, culture, diversity of population from all over the world. And you've got a lot of capital coming down here. I mean, Jamie Dimon is now down here. He's the biggest of them all.
Yeah. You know, you've recently served as a special envoy to the Middle East. Now you have this new title, Special Envoy for Peace Missions, because you're doing peace missions all over the world.
Thank you.
You have been at the forefront, at the tip of the spear of some of the most relevant geopolitical events, really, over the last few years. There's part of your story many may not know. Let's take a look at this video.
Defined a generation. Towers of glass and steel that touched the clouds. But then, everything stopped.
And they said to me, you're never going to have a bigger hit than that in your life, losing a child.
We're going to do everything possible.
In the silence that followed loss, he discovered something greater than success. From the pain of losing one life, he found meaning in helping rebuild many.
The days of blank checks are over.
From shaping cities to helping shape peace.
This finish line is about saving lives.
Because some builders raise towers and others rebuild the world within us.
You talked about this on 60 Minutes, and it was so powerful. You lost your son, and that horrible event in your life has enabled you in this job to actually be empathetic across the line with other people who have similar situations.
Yeah, I feel that my boy Andrew puts his hand on my back and takes me to these places. And it began shortly after his death. I met multiple families whose families had buried children, and I became friends with them. And this job is the most blessed of them all. I mean, the president gave me this opportunity. Sometimes I don't even know how to thank him. He thanks me all the time. I say, sir, I need to thank you. I'm getting more out of this than the other side is. I met so many families. You know, Brett, one of the things that got me through my boy's death is understanding that other people had it worse than me. I met a family who buried 3 children out of 4. And so I met those hostage families, and I remember thinking, what would every night be for me if I went to sleep and I had a daughter who was there, and I felt she was being mistreated? How would I deal with that? Or a son who was in the military and wasn't being treated correctly. On some level, My son's death was quick. The notice was fast to me. I heard about it from the doctors at Cedars-Sinai. It's the only time in my life I fainted. And I just did. I just don't even remember, maybe 15 seconds of it. And I think these people had it a lot worse than me. If I was going to lose a child, I wouldn't want to lose a child that way, being terrorized every single night. And we became friends and bonded with them. I remember when I'm probably going to be traveling to Israel over the weekend for one of the funerals, and I was talking to the Nutras and the Chens who just got their children back. And I thought to myself, I know I don't want to call it a happy moment because I know it's bittersweet. They know their child was gone, but sometimes you can't come to terms with it. And I'll tell you, I'll point something out. Every family who came to the White House to see me, I would go down to the president and I would say, so-and-so is here. And he knew who they all were. And he didn't refuse a single visit, Brett. And he became, I think, as impacted emotionally as I did. He doesn't, as you well know, you're a good friend, he doesn't like to show that part of his personality. But, he's an incredible human being. He really is. And he didn't refuse a single visit. I mean, that's old school. He heard what it was like, the struggle they had been going through, and I don't know, I think it's kind of amazing to have a president who is that compassionate, and yet he doesn't get acknowledged for it.
You've had some massive success in your business career. Huge properties that launched and made you a lot of money, your company a lot of money. But that success, compared to watching those hostages hug their families after all that time, just put that in context.
I'd give it all up. I mean, I would. I mean, I don't take a salary. I pay for all my own expenses. I travel all over the world. I don't ask for a gas. I don't mean this to be a testament to me. I'm saying to you that it's worth more than any form of money to help people, to bring lives home, to feel like I do it. Thank you. Thank you. To feel like I do it like my boy's death now means something to me. It means that I get to carry on with his spirit. I actually said this very same thing to Ruby Chen yesterday. I said, your boy, look at you lost your son. He fought on behalf of his country.
His remains just came back.
His remains just came back. The funeral is Sunday. I said, look at you and your wife were indefatigable in pursuing his remains back. But you raised public consciousness about these people in the tunnels who were being held. And that's what allowed us to create the pressure to bring everybody home. That's you having done it on his behalf. That's a memory, a feeling that you'll have for the rest of your life. And they're not going to stop fighting ever again, these people. They're not going to give up for any of the remaining bodies.
A lot of business people, entrepreneurs in this audience, you've dealt with some of the most complex negotiations now and dynamics around the world. You obviously dealt with complex negotiations in your business life before that. But what did you learn about negotiation and trust and leadership since being in this job?
Well, trust and integrity is everything. And people have to respect you and believe in you. World leaders today respect and trust the United States of America because of Donald Trump's leadership. And that's just a fact. Thank you. I don't think they're used to that. I think they were used to people before this election who would say certain things and not do what they say. And he does what he says. And it carries a lot of weight in the world.
The Abraham Accords kind of reshaped, obviously, parts of the Middle East, political, economic landscape. From your perspective, what's the next frontier for regional collaboration, and what does that look like?
Well, look, Abraham Accords are big. I'm flying back to Washington tonight because we're going to announce tonight another country coming into the Abraham Accords tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do you want to, lift the curtain here, or do you want to? I have a show at 6 o'clock tonight.
I don't know if it's out yet, and the president constantly says that he thinks it's important, and how I do my job because I do it in this way, and I'm not a leaker.
Okay, all right.
So
well, if you could
so
just tell me before special report, that'd be helpful.
I think it's going to be news by like 6:30 tonight.
Okay, all right, we'll get it on. But bigger picture, next frontier, you think more things are happening. Dominoes are falling.
Well, look, we have to, the critical piece of Gaza now is implementing. I was on the phone before I just got in with the Turkish foreign minister, with Ron Dermer. So Jared, I, and a very, very, very strong team are very focused on implementation. What you learned what I learned in the real estate business is just because you bought the deal didn't mean you were going to make any money from it. And so you really had to be focused on the execution, what the exit plan was, and execute correctly. And that's what we're doing in Gaza. And I think if we hold it together, then we'll have even more credibility around the world. And I'm very confident we will hold it together and we will complete the mission. I also think that what we're trying to do in Gaza with the CMCC, where we're bringing a lot of countries together consensually to work with one another, that is the paradigm or the model for what will happen in Ukraine, Russia, when we settle that. And we will settle it. And I think that's probably the most important one to settle next.
Yeah. Let me just finish with Gaza. For some people who look at it and say it's stuck in second gear and it's not moving forward, I know you see things that we don't see. The thought was that these Gulf nations, perhaps other Arab countries, were going to put forces in and then Hamas would disarm eventually. You're saying it is step by step moving that way.
Well, first of all, Hamas has always indicated that they would disarm. They've said so. They've said it to us directly in that famous meeting that Jared had with them. And so I hope that they keep their word, because I think if they do, they'll understand that the development plan that we have for Gaza is really terrific. A lot better than anyone has ever discussed before. How we're going to finance it, aspirational upside for the people to be a part of it. Tremendous jobs program. So I think as people begin to see what we're going to do there, I think they're going to be very, very bought in. But that said, and just to explain Hamas's position, we are right in the middle of standing up a decommissioning process of weapons, a demilitarization, an amnesty program. And Hamas has always said that we're going to need the international security force to come in here and be the layer who they give the weapons to. And we haven't finished that yet. That hopefully finishes in the next 3 weeks. And we think that'll be the opportunity, that'll be the inflection point where we see if everyone's going to do as they say they're going to do and demilitarize. And we may even get a look, by the way, in a microcosm sort of way. We may see the model of what we're trying to do here, or what we intend to do here, with these 200 fighters who are trapped in Rafah. And whether they're going to be able to raise their hands, walk out, turn over their weapons. And so this will be one of the tests.
You talk about Russia, Ukraine. You talked about trust and leadership. It seems like people looking from the outside, and maybe on the inside, don't really believe they could trust Russian President Vladimir Putin. You suggest that it is moving forward. What would you say to this group?
Well, I mean, he's never... I've met with him 6 times, and they were... I mean, I don't know that there was a meeting less than 4 hours. In some meetings were as long as 5 hours. And I think it's a tough struggle. I think we have a lot of work to do with regard to security protocols for Ukraine. There's a lot of discussion that technical teams have to have happen at the lower level before the leaders can get to a deal. But I sense that there's some progress today. But I think it's a tough conflict. I think that both sides don't trust each other. And that's a really difficult place to be. It's the same issues we had in Israel. Hamas thinks that Israel will not keep its word, and Israel feels that Hamas will not keep its word. And we had some very, straightforward, blunt conversations with both sides about needing to take the chance. And I am hopeful that in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, people will make bold leadership decisions and take that chance.
What surprised you most about working in government compared to the private sector?
God, I think the private sector was a setup for me. It really was. And New York's a tough place, and it's certainly a tough place to crack into. But we managed to do it, and it was all about hard work. I don't remember. I don't think I took a vacation in the first 3 or 4 years of my professional life. Like, you couldn't find people today who would tell you that. So I think it's about a lot of hard work. And I'm working for a man, Brett, as you know, who has this obsessive, indomitable streak. Nothing satisfies him after you've told him that you've made the deal. And I don't mean that he's not grateful for it. He wants to push on and get the next one done. That's who he is. He just wants to make the world a better place, and it is this constant drive to do that. I remember when we called the president, we said we had a deal, Jared and I, we had a deal in Gaza, and he said, that's wonderful. How are we doing in Russia? And I think that's who you want in a commander-in-chief. And I'm hard driving like that too. Maybe not as much as him, but his energy level is so powerful, and I was with him yesterday, and he's traveling in here to do this, and then he's going back to do, God knows, I think my schedule is hectic. It's small compared to his. So he inspires that's why his team is so successful now. First of all, it's a tight team. It's a really loyal team. They're pro him, for him. I tell the president this all the time. And I don't know, it's just one of the I think it's the most blessed experience of my life to be doing what I'm doing.
As you talk to small business owners, entrepreneurs, yesterday Ken Griffin said, hustle. If you can out-hustle, you can beat 90% of the folks who are out there.
Yeah, I totally agree with Ken. Totally. You couldn't say it better, and it's simple, but it's true. Out-hustle. I agree with that. Outwork people. I remember when I got my first job, they told me it started at 8. My father told me to get in at 7. I got in at 7 every single day. And he said to me, never get in the elevator before you know that the boss has gotten in the elevator first. And so out-hustle was the message, and I think you got to do that.
How did the experience representing your country, engaging with leaders across the Middle East, across the world, change your view of leadership, of legacy, of where America stands in the world?
That leadership matters, that one person can matter. Donald Trump's election is so consequential, it changed everything out there. And that tells you how important it is. Policy matters. You look at every one of all of the initiatives that he's doing now, it's all clicking. It's all working out there, and the world is becoming a better and a safer place. And I think government matters. Like I tell my children now, you should think about some sort of civic service. I think it makes you feel a lot better. Makes you feel better about yourself. I think national service, when I go to Israel and I meet these young kids who are all in the military, 18 years old, you're in the military, but they're proud of it. They're serving their country, and I think we would do well with that.
What do you want your legacy to be?
Pardon me?
What do you want your legacy to be?
Well, I hope my legacy is that I'm remembered as a good person who tried to do things in the memory of his son. I hope.
Amazing. And last thing is we're talking to this group. You see when you look at the world, optimism. You are optimistic. You look at the world and say it's changing for the better.
I do. I do. I think Donald Trump, the greatest thing that we did for him, for this country, was to make sure that Donald Trump got elected. And I am, Brett, I go into that Oval Office, and I am in awe of the things that we're working on today. How to drop mortgage rates, how to find peace in the world, how to make sure we initiate tariff policy, because it's given us a lot of leverage out there. On top of that, we're making money. Just how to make the world a better place. He's interested in fixing everything. We can't fix everything, but we're going to try. And I think that's the sort of president that we have. We have someone who's going to use his power to try everywhere he can.
And he makes decisions pretty quickly. I mean, it is a bunch of people, but when the decision's made, it's made.
You know, I think, Brett, not only does he make decisions, when I say quickly, I don't mean without thought. I mean, if we're sitting in the room, the two of us together, you may not be a member of the administration, but he's got great respect for you, so he'll ask you your opinion, as you know. And he might ask me my opinion, and he'll make a decision. And it's possible it's not the perfect decision, but he doesn't stumble because of that. Then he goes on to make another decision that's going to be the perfect decision. My point is, he knows that sometimes we're not going to get it perfectly, but he just keeps on knocking at the door, and invariably he gets it right. So it's pretty remarkable for me to watch.
And world leaders, how do they look at him?
They're blown away, blown away. In the Arab world, there's huge respect for him. You know, people respect power there. They respect fortitude. They respect people keeping their word, like not coming in and out. That's who he is. I think Vladimir Putin completely respects him. I think this trip that he made to the Southeast Asia shows you that Xi respects him, and they respect the fact that he'll do things to enforce America First policies. They can't circumvent us anymore. I think they all respect us.
And if you, in these decisions where you're making these peace deals, what do you take away from that negotiation and how to get it across the finish line? When you're in the heat of the battle, going down to the nitty-gritty, what's the best trick to be able to get there?
Well, you know, Jared and I, in the last several days of the Gaza negotiation, we both had there was no space between us on what we needed to do. You can't make a good deal unless it's good for each side. And even if someone signs a bad deal, he'll be intent on breaking the bad deal. So it was our job to find how both sides could digest and sell to their constituencies the deal that we were trying to make there. We had, I say it all the time, we had to convince Hamas that those hostages were no longer an asset for them. Those hostages had become a liability. And I think as we became successful in them appreciating that, that was the inflection point that led to the deal. And I think the same thing is going to happen at some point in Russia-Ukraine, that both sides will get to a place where they understand that solving that conflict kinetically is bad for them long term, either of them, that it should be solved diplomatically. And then they can both grow their countries.
So as you're sitting at that table, you're trying to get something that they both agree on. You're trying to take the conversation. I mean, it can be pretty awkward.
Yeah, yeah. And give them examples of examples give them historical context about why to do things like that. Why compromise at this moment might be the smart thing to do. Why someone being the bigger man might be a great example. Here's a small example of what I mean. When we did this whole deal at the president's direction with Azerbaijan and Armenia, these countries had been fighting for close to 40 years. And President Aliyev came in. His father was the former president, and he's got the much superior army. He took his moment to take back some land from Armenia. And we were sitting in the Oval Office, and the president asked the President Aliyev, while the president of Armenia was there, why did you stop? Like, you had them on the run. You've got the bigger military. What made you stop? And he said, because that's all I wanted back, was what they took. I didn't need more. And it was an amazing decision on his part to do that, Brad. He felt that going any further would hurt him internationally. It was an example of statesmanship. And I think that those are wonderful examples for conflicts out there where leaders should understand that they do better if they resolve things diplomatically, peacefully, with less loss of life than kinetically, and show everybody how big and tough their army is.
You've been in the room for a lot of this, but there's been Armenia, Azerbaijan, Congo, Rwanda, India, Pakistan, Israel, Hamas, and this Gaza deal. Mm-hmm. There are others that the president is figuring out how those sides deal with each other.
Yes.
What's the secret sauce? Are they all different?
Well, they all have different circumstances. Yeah, they do. But, today we saw an offer for a ceasefire and big aid coming into Sudan from one of the groups that's fighting there. That's at the president's urging. That's something, by the way, that nobody knows about. That's hot off the press.
Okay.
So,
breaking news.
And I think that's an example of a conflict where the president is urging it to stop and people are paying attention and listening. Now, I don't know if in the past our prior foreign policy teams did all of these things. He wants it all solved. That's who he is. And we then go out there and we want to get it done for him and for the American people.
When he was campaigning, he was not, peacemaker in chief, but he has kind of taken that title in how he's negotiated.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's, first of all, I think he's always been a great human being. He just doesn't get the credit for it, and he should. And I talk about it all the time. He should. Now, I don't mean with a Nobel Peace Prize. Certainly, he got cheated out of the Nobel Peace Prize this year. That's for sure. But there could be no doubt. I don't even know how you would. The woman who got it actually said, "I should give it to you, sir." But forgetting about the Peace Prize, he is a good, decent man. He doesn't need to do this job. He's wealthy. He could get a big boat, travel in the Mediterranean in the summer, go to St. Bart's in the winter. Instead, he goes to his office every day and figures out how he can do better. I think that's quite remarkable. And it makes me really proud to work for him.
How long do you think you could keep this pace up, though? This job that you are right now. I've seen you on the phone. I've seen you get on planes, get off planes, travel around the world. Keep it going for how long?
Personally?
Yeah.
As long as he would want me to.
You like it that much?
Well, I'm not sure that would make my girlfriend happy, who's in the audience. By the way, it was her birthday yesterday, so I say happy birthday.
That? Happy birthday, Lauren.
But yeah, I don't know that I've ever felt this fulfilled in my life. I feel really fulfilled that I get to do this job. It's an extraordinary experience. And you and I have talked about this. Maybe one day you're going to want to do something like this, Brad. I
don't know. You can take the baton. It is passion, though, right? And would you say that when you find the passion, it makes a difference?
Well, I get these calls from people who say, you made my life just a little bit better. And then I go into the Oval and I watch some of these hostages come out and tell the president what it was like for them. I remember when we got Mark Fogel home. He was in Russia. He was in Russia. We came in a snowstorm. called his 93-year-old mom from the plane, elated. She had no idea. And then the president spent 2 hours with him at 1 o'clock in the morning, showing him the Lincoln Room, talking to him about his experiences. He turned to me, he said to me, I didn't know I had a president like this. I didn't know that I had a government that cared about me this much. And you watch that, and you want to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm. So that's what you're striving for, another one of those, another breakthrough.
Well, no, I don't mean, I think we're striving to complete whatever President Trump tells us the mission is. We're trying to complete that. Mm-hmm. And I think when we can't get it done on his schedule, I think we all feel that we failed a little bit. And then he keeps on propping us up and saying to us, go on, get out there, go do it. He's an inspirational guy.
Last thing, taking it back to the beginning, as you look at your business life and you look at this life, you said you'd give it all up to see those images of hostages coming home to their families. What's the next chapter for you?
Well, I'm never going to go back to business the way I did. First of all, it was time for me anyway. I've got very capable kids. They're bright, super well educated. They're very, very close. And so that's for them to do now. They can watch after me a little bit. And I think I'll try to do, I think now that I've felt what it's like to give of yourself, I think I want to do it more. And even after the administration or whenever it is that I leave, that's where I think my life will take me.
Well, Steve, we appreciate your service to the country, and thank you for being here at America Business
Thanks, Fred.
Forum.
Thank you.
Steve Witkoff, everybody.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
PIF is one of the world's largest and fastest growing sovereign wealth funds. The United States is PIF's most important market outside of Saudi Arabia. Since 2017, PIF has directed $170 billion into the U.S. economy, fueling growth, creating opportunities,
American
Great to
Business
be here.
Forum
They
takes
told
the
me these
stage.
things are going to come out. Don't jump. I was waiting for it. How's everybody doing today? Good? Fantastic. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Yeah, sometimes
right.
the smoke scares you a little bit.
No, I was waiting.
You were
I'm
ready?
like, okay, I'm trying to see where it's going to come from, but no, that was good. That was a good wake-up call.
Great to see you.
Likewise.
Congrats on your success on all levels. You know, we start these going back to the beginning, and your beginning is unique. You were born in Iran. You came to the U.S. as a refugee. Talk to us about your family, how that kind of early displacement shaped your worldview and really kind of hunger for opportunity.
Coming here from Iran. You know, if you don't mind, before we get started, folks, this is the one thing I do want to say about what's going on right now with Miami. There's a very special thing going on in this city. The last 100 years, if you think about the financial capital of the world for the last 100 years, New York City. Prior to that, it was London. Nobody ever thought anyone's going to take over London or New York City. I have a feeling what Mayor Suarez, what Miami is doing, the next 100 years potentially, Miami could be the next financial capital of the world. Now, this is my prediction on what I think is going to happen. So we're excited about it. There's something very special going on in New York. You're always welcome to come here. I know you're being recruited from all over the place. We read all about it. But yeah, you know, born and raised in Iran, one of the benefits of being raised there is you are forced to always look out on what's going to be happening. There's always surprises. We were a Christian family. My mother's Armenian. Any Armenians in the house or no? 7 of you, that's awesome.
Got a few.
Right? We need more. And then my dad's Assyrian, but David, there's going to be no Assyrians in the house. Really?
Oh.
Couple.
Front row.
Okay. So born and raised in Iran, and this is 1978, October 18th. 3 months later, revolution happens. On the way to my mother going to the hospital with my dad, it's curfew. So they hold up my dad. My dad has to show my wife's water just broke. I'm trying to take her to the hospital. My son's going to be born. I'm born there. 3 months later, shots kicked out. We stay in Iran till July 15th of 1989. June 2nd or 3rd, Khomeini dies. When he dies, I'm in school called Gulbenkian. I don't know what's going on. This is no cell phone, no nothing, no text, no pagers. My parents panic. They eventually get me. We get out, and I get to the house. My mom and dad had a conversation, and they said, we got to leave. He's going to turn 12. When he does, he has to serve the military here. That was my mom's idea. And then we left. July 15th, got on the plane, went to Germany at a refugee camp, and then came to the States November 28, 1990. But the part about being in Iran and the conflict and the refugee camp, you learned how to deal with people from different walks of life. And that kind of applies into business, because when you go into the Army, 101st Airborne Division, I'm the only Middle Eastern guy there. Everybody else is looking at each other saying, where are you from? And, you know, folks from South Dakota have never seen somebody looking like this. This is not a normal face in South Dakota, you know, or Alabama. And they say, what are you? Why do you have a nose looking like that? I said, this is a legendary nose in the Middle East. They don't make them like this anymore, right? You can spend $20,000 to get a perfect nose. You're going to need to spend billions to get a nose like this. This is God-given. Anyways, so that was the part where people skills, learning everybody else's story. I was kind of complimenting Brett in the back. How many guys would agree with me on this? When there is a debate, if he's moderating, I trust he's going to be fair to everybody. Yes or no? Make some noise if you agree with that. The man's probably the best moderator we have every time we have elections, but I don't know if I answered your question.
No, that's good.
But
that's good. I mean, it's about hunger and for opportunity. At 28, you ask yourself kind of who you wanted to be. And you decide you want to be a leader among leaders. And you talk about the life that you had when you were in your 20s and how you got to that crossroads where you had to kind of dig deep and figure out who you were.
It's a very good question, because when I wrote the book, Your Next 5 Moves, the one question that I've asked people over the years that there's not an answer for, it's when you live your life and you grow up, who do you want to be? What kind of a life do you want to live? Most of us don't know the answer to that question. Like, what do you mean, who do I want to be? What kind of a life I want to live? Who do you want to be? Do you want to be the #1 guy? You're the founder where all the pressure's on you.
You made the wrong decision. Why did you raise the capital? Why did you not raise the capital? Why did you hire that person? Why did you allow that person to be the board? Why do we expense that estate? That's not the good move regulatory-wise. Everything is on you. Some may like it, some may not like it. You may say, I don't want to be that guy. I want to be support. I want to be one of the executives. I want to get equity and be behind the scenes and bring value to the company. And that's my way of creating wealth and becoming somebody and making my family proud. You may be somebody that says, I'm a guy that's good on camera like you. I want to sit there and talk to people. I feel comfortable in front of camera. I'm okay with that pressure. I'm okay with the amount of criticism you get when you're on camera. And not a good question. Why did he ask this? That was not fair. You have to be okay with the level of pressure that comes with that. So for me, I was 28. It was a very weird phase of my life. I'm in a company. I'm doing very well for myself. And I go to a meeting at Miramar Hotel Santa Monica where Larry Arnn put it together. It was I want to say it was a heritage event. George Will was the speaker. So George Will goes up. I don't know who George Will is. I'm not a political guy. My parents, just so everybody knows, if you don't know, my mother's side, they're all communists. Except for the grandfather that made all the millions that they spent. He was a capitalist, which I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Some tells me Miami knows what I'm talking about. My dad's side, they're all imperialists. So on one side, everybody says poor people are lazy. On the other side, everybody says rich people are greedy. And I'm in the middle. Who's right? What do I do? But long story short, when I realized for me in 2008, when George Will is speaking about politics and America and the problems we're facing in America and how lawyers are creating unnecessary laws and we're forgetting how great America is. People are afraid to get up there and talk about the fact that America is the greatest country in the world. We're kind of becoming a little bit apologetic. And he hit back. A message hit me at 28. I said, I feel like I needed this message. Then I got away and I said, okay, what do you want to do with your life? Do you want to be a billionaire? Do you want to be rich? Do you want to be famous? Do you want to be a great father? Do you want to be a pastor? I went to my pastor who married my wife and I said, do you think I'm supposed to be a pastor? He says, you're definitely not supposed to be a pastor. That's not for you. And then I said, well, then let me figure out what and then I said, I want to be a leader amongst leaders, period. If I lead amongst leaders, that's a very tough job because that means you have to take your parenting job seriously. That means you have to take your job seriously as a husband. It's not easy. It's a lot of pressure. As a business owner, as a content creator, when you give your opinion, there's some issues that can come back with pushback. But once that became my foundation, everything else was fairly easy.
So you're building your first company. Is there a moment where you wanted to blame circumstances and instead you said, ownership, I'm going to take this by the horns?
You don't have a choice when you're starting a company. You know, when you're in a company, you can always say, well, that's not my decision. That was a CEO's decision. Board made that decision. You know, it's not my fault. It's the market's fault. Once you're a founder and you start a business, you can't blame the market. You can't blame your executive team. You hired them. You can't blame your clients. You can't blame the economy. You can't blame regulation. You can't blame your lawyers. It all falls on you. So there comes a moment when you transition and start a company and you're a founder that all those layers you had of comfort, of leaning on somebody, is fully gone. You either take full responsibility and make it happen or you don't. One night, I'm laying next to my wife. I come home. We're in the business for about a year and a half. I'm down to my last $13,000. I have nothing else left. I'd saved up $500,000 in my 20s. I started a business with $500,000. I'm down to my $13,000. I come home. My wife, who is like the sweetest person I met in my life, complete opposite of me. She's so nice. She doesn't like the camera. She's just a great mother. Every day works with me in the office. And she had a miscarriage. And it's the first time you go through a miscarriage. It's very difficult on the woman and the man, so we don't know how to handle it. Everyone says, oh, 70% of the time you go through a miscarriage the first time. But the first time is the first time when you're going through it. And she's crying. She has no idea I got $13,000 left. I'm about to lose a contract. We're living in this community in Woodland Hills called The Summit. It's 1:30 in the morning. I go outside. I listen to my 80s music. I'm listening to Foreigner. I don't know why I was listening to I Want to Know What Love Is, but that's the song I was listening. I wanted some love from God upstairs. And I said, am I doing something wrong here? I'm working my tail off. Like, I feel like I'm doing the right thing. Why are you making it so difficult? Like, I was almost like it was pleading with your father. And then next week, we get a massive bonus from AIG. And then that allowed us to be able to pay everybody's salaries for the next 2 months. And then next, we grew. We went from having one office to a few hundred offices nationwide, 50,000 insurance agents nationwide. And then we sold it 3 years ago. Money came from Harvest and Silver Lake to a company called Integrity Marketing Group, and it was life-changing. But it was that moment where I'm like, can you really do this? Is this really for you? And then from there on, things changed.
It's amazing. You talk about being disciplined with health and money, mindset. Which of those was hardest to kind of master? What finally made it click for you?
Mindset is so challenging because you have to control your imagination of what other people think about you and what you think about yourself. And there's going to be moments where you are alone. You can't come and talk to your wife and say, babe, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing or not. To build something special, you will hit a wall. You can't call your father, especially if the decision, my dad wanted me to be a cop. I'm a big guy. My dad said, look, Patrick, some people are meant to be cops or military. God made you big and scary to be a cop. You'd make a very good cop. I said, you want me to be a cop? He says, you'd be a cop. I went and took the test to be LAPD. I had 16 speeding tickets at the time. They wouldn't let me be a cop. I thought it was like an advantage. I'm going to catch the bad guy. They said, no, it's a bad thing, so I couldn't be a cop. But there was a moment when your family said, we didn't tell you to start a business, you did. Your wife is telling you, I didn't ask you to leave and start a company. We were already having a good life. Your friends are telling you, so then you're alone. And in that moment when you're alone, you're going to be tested mentally and emotionally. You either have it or you don't have it. If you break, that's it. If you don't, you don't. It's like a tryout. In football, they call it Hell Week. In business, when you go through this moment, when you're by yourself and you realize the only way to get to the next level is I have to change the way I view things. If I don't, I'm going to stay here. And it's painful because it's almost like a mode of recreating yourself. I'm good for this level, but I'm not good for the next level. That recreation mode is breaking yourself and saying, like you look at the president today. If we're playing video games, the president is at level 100. But go to the president in 2016, or go to 2020 when all the COVID stuff was going on, how he was approaching with the media. And look how he's doing it today. He's so nimble. He's fluid. It's like he's reached a level where he knows, and he's sitting there. Maloney from Italy is asking him, so you do this with media every day? Yes, there was a hot mic. She says, I can't stand our media. He says, I talk to them every day. We're witnessing what he's gone through with the levels he's got, where you heard the news today. I believe they're getting closer to finishing up the deals for the tariffs, which is unbelievable news if they pull that off. But yeah, you have to get to a moment where you're by yourself, and in that moment you really realize if you're ready for the next level or not.
Well, you kind of answered it there, but you've interviewed countless high achievers. Is there one thing, one common habit you notice of those who manage to evolve and not like hit a plateau?
It's funny you ask that because I'm having a conversation with Brady or the late Kobe and a lot of other people, but when you look at the Brady, who 7 championships and he had to overcome all these things, the pattern I notice is the following. Number one, those who go to a point where they can handle pain, they've had 2 types of people in their lives. One is a person that gives you unconditional love, that you can't do nothing wrong in their eyes. Typically, it's a mother. No matter what you do, don't worry. Oh, baby, I love you, but I did something wrong. I love you, baby. You're my son. Like, wow, what a weird human being. No, that's called unconditional love, right? Number 2 is a person, Brett, that no matter what you do, you're never going to win them over. I just got a degree. Yeah, but Johnny was a valedictorian. I just graduated law school and I passed my bar exam. Yeah, but he's already at the top of his class. It's like the movie Judge. I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie Judge with Robert Downey Jr. and Duvall. That one scene, do you realize I finished this, and that? You realize? And he says, you know what? And that's emotional moment that they have together. So unconditional love, no matter what you do, you will never win them over. Ever. You will never win them over. And last but not least, you have to choose your enemies wisely. I think too many times people don't choose their enemies wisely. It's super critical. You choose an enemy that's a low-level enemy below you, you're going to work backwards. you choose an enemy ahead of you that brings out the best in you, you're going to see a different side of you. So that's what I would say, those three things.
The other thing you said, and you've talked about this, that's great stuff. You've mentioned that the busiest, most successful people you know are the ones that get back to you the fastest. They answer you the quickest. That's a unique thing. I mean, people could let a text message stay for days without answering it. But they're the ones that get back right away.
That is such a crazy thing. So the other day, wild story, I'm on Jesse. And I do Jesse's show.
Jesse Waters.
Jesse Waters, friend of yours. You guys work together. And at 1:15, I get a message from Natalie, president's assistant. They're on the way back from the Middle East. She says, the president just wanted me to tell you that you did a great job tonight on Jesse. At 1:15, this man is 79 years old, negotiating deals on the other side, and he's sending a text message at 1:15. Then I respond back and say, thank you, please give the president my very best. She sends that text message, sends it back with a message from the president that Barron was right about you, with his famous signature on the bottom. He doesn't have to do that. But think about why he is in the position that he is. Because remember back in the days when we used to date, you know, you like a girl, you get her number, what's the rule? How long do you wait till you call her back? 3 days, right? The 3-day rule, right? Adam follows the 1-month rule, but some of us, we do the 3-day rule, right? The true players go 1 month. They're like suffocating her, why don't you call me back? But that game doesn't work in life and in business. The guys I've done the biggest deals with, they're like, boom, 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 boom. And you know, nowadays you can't hide. Because if you text, what does that thing do? It starts
dots.
Yeah, like you're like, I know you saw it.
Yeah.
Why? And then 9 hours, don't tell me you were too busy, you're getting through it. There's a certain element of urgency. I heard Mr. Steve Witkoff talk about it when I was in the back, listening to the interview, and he said a certain level of being demanding and urgency. By the way, not everybody can work with people like that. It's not for everybody because the level of demanding is constant. And the standards and expectations are so high that most people are like, I don't know if I can work with a person like this. You're right, it's not for everybody. But to me, doers, they get back to you like this.
I will say, if I leave a text for a long time, it's rare. If I'm in the show, a live show, I'll go to commercial break and I'll answer the text. Because I do think that that makes a difference in how you interact with people.
But that's why you're in the top 0.001% of your space. That's why the greatest country in the world trusts you to moderate, because you're that. That's the point. It's hard to be that. It's not easy to be that. By the way, you know what the common, the average person would be forgiven if he doesn't get back to somebody till 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. You're at an event, but not his standard. That's their standard. You can't allow other people's standard be your standards. I always want my standard to be above everybody else's standards where people are trying to catch up to it. It's not an easy thing to do. Mark Cuban and I, one time in the middle of the night, Mark is upset at me. This was 6, 7 years ago. He emails me. At 2 o'clock, we're going back and forth. Email, 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 email. We have this thing that we do. Mark will DM me on X or email, and we'll go for 6 hours just fighting each other. It's a great fight. It would be such a good podcast, but it's private, right? Because we've done some things 10 years ago. I'm sitting there saying, this guy's a $6 billion guy. He's a $6 billion guy. You know, he owns the team. He owns all these businesses. So there's something special about people that get back to you quickly.
So going back to your origin story, you went from escaping a revolution to kind of leading one, not with weapons, but with words. Let's take a look at this video. Oh, guess what? They just told me there is no video, but I'm going to tell you what this is.
It's a great, I'm like, he's so handsome. Look at
this. They're like, there is no video. What it basically said was you have one of the hottest podcasts, and you go back and forth. You share your views. And some of the things we're going to be shown there were, some heated conversations. You get in the middle of it. But you always talk about freedom and what freedom means to you after everything that you've lived. And you have a unique perspective on that.
Yeah, there is nothing like it. I mean, look, imagine you're walking in the streets and your parents tell you, if you get pulled over by Hezbollah today, they ask you what your religion is, say, I don't believe in God. You don't have a religion. Don't tell them you're a Christian. Imagine you're raised in an environment like that. Imagine you're raised in an environment where you're living in a city called Tehran, where your mother and your sister are walking across the street to go buy tomatoes, and a little bit of hair is out. They pull aside and take your mom and sister, and you have to go with them. Imagine, just a little bit of hair is out. Imagine you're living in a city where middle of the night, alarm goes out, Tabajo, Tabajo, Alamate Kermes. Oh, you hear these alarms because Saddam Hussein's planes have crossed the border, and then you hear whistling sounds. 3-second pause. Boom. Boom. And then you're wondering, is the next boom your building? And then you hear boom, boom. That means it's over your house. And you're under the stairs with your mom, dad. You're looking at your dad is afraid. Your dad gets in the Renault, white Renault we had. And you go to a city called Karaj, that's 2.5 hours away. Then they start bombing Karaj. Then we go 5 hours away to Bandar Pahlavi. They start bombing Rasht. And you're sitting there saying, what the hell are we going to do with this? What's going to happen with this? So to me, freedom is such a valuable currency that I think sometimes we living in America, we forget about how valuable that is. If there's anything I tell you, when my wife and I, when we sold the company and money hits the account, who has sold the company before and the money hits the account? Who's experienced that before? There's a lot of wealthy people in the room here. Who knows that feeling when the money hits the account, you're like, oh my God. We're in Monaco, money hits the account. My wife and I are having the most emotional breakfast together because we've gone through so many things. And we're sitting there, I said, babe, we made money. We made real money, but today we made real money. You see the account, Goldman Sachs calling you. It's like, it's officially real money hit the account, right? And you're like, okay, I want to have a serious conversation with you. What's that? We don't ever have to work for the rest of our lives. We're good. Our kids don't have to work. We're going to do a proper thing to setting up the estate planning, all that stuff. But I said, let me tell you, I'm planning on going on a 40-year run that started last July 1st of 2024, purely because of my paranoia of what could happen if they try to destroy the greatest country in the world. And you better believe they're going to try to do it. You don't think China every morning wakes up saying, what can we do to make sure that country falls? You don't think Iran wakes up every morning trying to confuse the hell out of all of us? You don't think all these countries wake up in the morning trying to pin us against each other? You don't think they want to see a civil war in the Republican Party? You don't think they want to see a civil war in America? You don't think they want to see us going at each other as if we hate each other? You don't think some of that is fabricated? You think it's real? You think it's real? I remember being in my mother's, when I'm with my mother, and one of our aunties would come. This is pre our parents getting a divorce. My parents married each other. My sister's born, they got a divorce. Remarry each other, I'm born, they get a divorce. There was this one lady, I never say her name. I would sit over there and I would watch what she would say to my dad, what she would say to my mom. You know what John bought Mary? Bought her a $10,000 necklace. How come Derek doesn't do that? Why doesn't your husband buy you that kind of a thing? And then my wife would say, you're right. You're more beautiful than her. You're more beautiful than her. He should buy you everything. I wonder how much he loves you. And I'm sitting, this lady is saying this to my mother. And then my dad, after working a 14-hour shift, leaving 5 o'clock in the morning to Karaj, would come home. And I would see my mom is just getting riled up by like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. And then boom, he walks in, they get into the biggest fight. Pots flying, all this other stuff. I don't know if you've seen some legendary fights. They say the greatest debate is Hillary Clinton against Trump. The greatest debate I ever saw was in our house because there was things flying. It's always things breaking. It was so epic. It was like UFC, except it's a debate. And then I would go home at night. I'm like, that freaking auntie is causing a division in my family. You are my enemy. I don't like you. When my parents finally got a divorce, I told both sides of the family, the only people that matter to me is my mother, my father, and my sister. All of you guys are playing games. Here's the part. They're trying to divide us. They're trying to confuse why so many Cubans, phenomenal people from Cuba, come to Miami for freedom. Why do they come here? Why do so many great Venezuelans, I've never met a bad Venezuelan myself. I'm sure there's some of them. Why do they come here? Why do so many of these guys want to come to America? Because this is the greatest country in the world. Absolutely, hands down, the greatest country in the world. And it requires us to fight for it. You get to a certain point in your life where you have a lot to lose and you play scared. It's like, don't say that, because what if we get canceled? Don't say that. Don't say what? No, we're not playing that life. We're leaders, we're tough. We stand up, and I want to be respectful about my argument. I'm not going to disrespect you. This is what I think is going on. Like right now, Mamdani winning New York City, everybody's like, no one's going to leave New York City. No one's going to leave New York City. Forget about who's leaving New York City. The question is, who's moving to New York City? Who do you think? The guy wants to let people out of prisons. It's a great place for criminals. The guy wants to take care of illegal immigrants. Fantastic. Go move to New York City. The guy wants to sit there and start opening up all this stuff for everybody else. What are you talking about? You think this is the right way to go? You think America, that in 249 years did what many of these countries that have been around for a couple thousand years couldn't do? You don't think that's special? This is the greatest story in the world. My goal is to see a lot of other people, when events like this are happening, Brett, is for people to come in and say, you know what? I'm a good person. I work hard. All I want to do is raise my kids based on solid values. I want my kids to have their dreams to become a reality. I want to spend time with my family. I want to be free. I want to enjoy my time. And I want to be able to go to church. I want to be able to talk about things that matter to me. I want to be able to be wealthy without people judging me for the life I'm living. I just kind of want to be left alone. But if you cross the line, you're going to see a different side of me. I think that's probably what most of us have in common here.
Yeah. You're unapologetic about being pro-capitalism. In your view, what do most critics misunderstand about capitalism's moral dimension? You know, the fact that you talk about Mamdani and you talk about, you know, some of the different views about socialism. You know, President Trump calls it communism, but democratic socialism. But capitalism and your defense of it from a moral perspective.
Yes, because capitalism is honest. And here's what I mean by it's honest. If your idea sucks, you're going to go out of business. If you don't take care of your people, for instance, let's just say I don't offer health insurance and 401k and LTIP and equity, and I want to keep you. Right now, let's actually make an offer to Brett Baer. You work at Fox News. You make millions of dollars. You're a very wealthy man. The market right now is in a very bad place. Disney needs talent desperately. Disney's begging YouTube to allow ESPN to be back on there because the games they're playing. Disney created a website for people to go to lobby to allow YouTube to put their app back on. And they're saying, we don't want to do this. To the point where Pat McAfee is saying, don't get me involved. I know you're paying me. I don't want to do this. CBS right now brings Barry Weiss, right? And Barry wants to go get somebody like you. I don't blame them. Guess what's going to happen? Fox is sitting there. If I'm your agent, say I'm your agent. This is a great opportunity for me if I'm your agent. Guess what I'm doing? I'm going to say, Brett, this is fantastic. Let me make a phone call to Lachlan. I'm going to call Lachlan. I'm going to say, hey, Lachlan, Brett Baer is about to go to CBS. He's going to get a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, $75 million contract. What do we want to do to lock into greatest moderator of our era? Do we want to lose him? No. Lock him in right now. He's not going to CBS. That's capitalism. What are you going to do? You think you're going to lose?
Are you available?
But by the way, here's the thing. Watch how this works. If they don't take care of you, how many people want you? Everybody. By the way, if New York doesn't take care of companies, where are those business owners going to go? If you're pro-family, pro-business, pro-freedom, come to Florida. What do you think happened in Chicago? I'm in Chicago at a Goldman Sachs event. Goldman Sachs is putting one of these events together where you're going and learning about G1, G2, G3, Generation 1 wealth, Generation 3 wealth. And the entire discussion was over Ken Griffin. And by the way, these are major, everyone in the room's a billionaire. There's 60 families. Everybody is talking about Ken Griffin. What happened? Why do you think Ken Griffin left? Because the weather was bad? You think Ken Griffin left because Derrick Rose got injured? You think Ken Griffin left because Sammy Sosa is no longer there and playing? Why do you think Ken Griffin left? It's because the policies forced Ken Griffin to leave. And guess who said, come here? Mayor Suarez from Miami says, come down here. and he brought his business here. Who doesn't want Ken Griffin there? So the part about capitalism that is honest, if you don't take care of your people, somebody else will. If you don't take care of your small business owners, another state will. If you don't take care of your wealthy people and you judge them every single time. I went to church one time, and I have nice cars. I don't drive anymore, unfortunately, but I have nice cars, and I would go up in my nice car. And this one guy one time comes up to me and he says, so, you like having a Ferrari? I said, I love having a Ferrari. Yeah, but do you think you're going to get into heaven with a Ferrari? I said, no, I don't think I'm going to go to heaven with a Ferrari. So why do you buy a Ferrari? Because I love Ferraris. Yeah, but that's what rich people do. I said, let me ask you a question. I'll never forget this conversation with this guy. I said, did you just hear what the pastor asked of how much money he's trying to raise for a new project? Yeah. He asked for 35 million bucks. I said, you think you're going to raise 35 million bucks with your 3,000 members at $5 a pop? Let's do it. What's 3,000 times $5? $15,000. Let's say 50, $150,000. Go 500, $1.5 million. They're not going to give you 500. You don't think the pastor's going to raise $35 million by going to a person like you and saying, hey, Brett, we'd like for you to commit the next 3 years to $1 million deal. I said, be very careful judging the wealthy in your congregation because they'll gladly go to a different congregation and give their 10%. This idea about making fun of rich people and making them uncomfortable is pathetic. New York's got the most billionaires in the world. You want to lose your billionaires? The dumbest idea in the world. Why would you do that? A person that becomes a billionaire, you think a billionaire is carrying their money cash with them? You think a billionaire's, yeah, I got all my cash here. What do you think a billionaire's money is? It's paper money. Where is the money? It's in a company. It's in a bank that's given a loan to somebody to buy a house. It's given a loan for somebody to buy a car. Where do you think money sits? You think billionaires sit in their house and they say, honey, let's count the money one more time. Go ahead. 100, 200, 300, 400. No, it's time to go back and recognize heroes. Recognize these people that won. I think it's a massive problem that we have. And by the way, I think it's starting with our education system. But I'll pause right here.
I want to talk about that.
Please.
Because you've said that capitalism rewards value creation. You're just talking about it there, not victimhood. But how do you teach that to a generation now raised on social media outrage and TikTok and everything else?
My kids, my oldest son is 13 years old. I have a 13, 12, and 9. 13-year-old boy, 12-year-old boy, 9-year-old girl, 4-year-old girl, Brooklyn, the best. She's the glue. She's funny. And there's nothing like Brooklyn, middle of the night. She's small, she's tiny, but she's the loudest, and she's got the best temper. Bad temper she's got, 4-year-old girl. 4 o'clock in the morning, this is what we hear. She runs from her room, opens the door, and she does not know how to close the door quietly. You guys know what I'm talking about? Parents know what I'm talking about. Bam! Slams it. We all wake up, right? And then she lays next to you, and then she goes like this. Daddy, I love you. I'm like, I love you too, baby. 2 nights ago, she says, Daddy. I said, yes, baby. I have to go shopping at Target with Mickey today. I said, babe, why are you telling me 4 o'clock in the morning, right? These kids are funny. But our oldest, they get criticized at school, and they'll say, your dad's rich. You're just a rich, spoiled kid. And my kids will say, then why is it that you have an iPhone and I don't? My kids don't have iPhones. 13-year-old kid doesn't have an iPhone. He doesn't know what social media is. By the way,
now,
parents,
why did you do that?
Okay, great question. So there's when we go to dinner, I catch myself, you know, because social media is not only addicting to kids. We think we're not victims of it. You can be 50 years old and you see going like this. My dad is 83 years old. He's on his phone all day. So this isn't like only something that's to kids. You don't need to be 18 to be addicted to cocaine or 82. Cocaine doesn't care how old you are. Do you understand what I'm saying? The same thing with phones. You read this book called Anxious Generation. Great book if you're a parent. If you have a daughter, whatever you do, order the book Anxious Generation. If you have a daughter, she's a teenager, do yourself and her a favor, order the book and listen to both you and your wife. You read the book and he starts talking about certain things. So I watch my kids' behavior of what they're going through. And I have very basic restrictions with my kids. We don't spoil our kids. I'm not a person that's going to go buy you everything and anything. It's not how we are. My kids, when it comes down to phones, none of them have a phone. My 9-year-old daughter, when she was 8 years old, all her friends except for one of them had a phone. Our kids don't have phones. I'm probably not going to give you social media, I don't know, 16 years old. I manage all of my kids' social media accounts. They all have an Instagram account on my phone. I'm running it. I'm posting it. When they turn 18, I'm going to hand it over to them. It's like, here you go, kickstart. I'm their social media manager, believe it or not. And I'm a pretty decent social media manager, right? That I'm managing this. You know why that's important? When people DM, I see the DMs. Did you understand what happened right there? I see the DMs. We sit with our kids and we'll role play Brett. I'll talk to them and I'll say, let me ask you a question. What happens if one day a kid in school, this girl you really like, she's the hottest girl in school. She wants to date with you, but she wants you to do drugs with her. Do you do it? No. Why wouldn't you do it? You want me to do it? No, I'm asking you why you wouldn't do it. Oh, I thought you want, no, I don't want you. I'm just asking, why wouldn't you do it? Why would I do it? I don't want to destroy my life. Now, what if you see your brother who's dating the hottest girl in school and they do drugs and you catch them? What do? Oh, I don't want to snitch. What do you think you do? Got to have a conversation. These are role play case studies. The same way, who has an MBA here? Who went to school and got an MBA? If you got an MBA, how many case studies did you go through until you graduated? 200, 500, 1,000? You know it, right? With kids, whenever we're out, we're always doing case studies. If your sister is dating a guy who puts his hands on her, what do? And you see they get hot. I said, what do you do? How do you handle it? If you see your teacher in school making fun of, what do? If you see somebody in school being bullied, what do? If you see your brother, they're making fun of them, what do? Do you join the crowd? Like, we have a couple rules. If my kids publicly make fun of one of my kids in front of their peers, they're not going to like me too much. You can make fun of each other when we're together, it's homey. Do it all day long. But if in public, you give those buttons that you know how to press on your brother, you do that publicly, oh, you're going to have a big problem with me. One time they did this, I brought them to the house. I said, let me tell you guys what we're going to be doing right now. So what's that? I said, right now, I got a camera here, I got a camera here. You guys got 15 minutes to compliment each other. If it's a BS compliment, you lose video games for 3 months. I want you to think about the sincerest compliment and give it to him. He gives you one, you give him one. He gives you one, you give him one. I put him in the closet, and I go take a shower. Also, I had some time with my wife, which is a strategy. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. When you got kids, you got kind of like, babe, this is a good opportunity. Let's go. So we handle our business. We handle our business. We got 4 kids, guys. I would keep my wife pregnant for 20 years if I could, but she's done. So I come back, and all of a sudden, 30 minutes later, they're still complimenting each other. I didn't stop them. It was the best exercise. I think we have to kind of take charge today, and we can't be distracted with the stuff that we're dealing with because everyone's trying to attack your kids and confuse them, and we got to get ahead of them. We only have them for 18 years. After 18 years, you do not have control. It's too late. Between 0 and 18, we got to be very involved.
If you could, that's good stuff. If you could redesign high school to prepare students for the real economy, what would you add? What would you remove? How would you do it?
High schools.
Well,
okay,
education.
So let's look at the problem. All right, so for us in our family, one of the most important pillars of our family is debate. Every night we debate. At dinner we debate. Everything is about debate. Our company Valuetainment, if you come to our headquarters in Fort Lauderdale, 11 acres on the airport, you'll see the word debate everywhere. We debate things that don't even matter. We're always debating, right? But do we have that in schools today, K through 12? I say no. Why not? Let me explain to you. Do you know K through 12 English teachers, for every dollar they give to a political party, 98 cents is given to the Democratic Party, only 2 cents to the Republican Party. Where is the debate? Do you know when you go to only professors that are fairer is math. Math is 87% to the Democratic Party, 13 cents to the Republican Party. Where is the debate? There is no debate. Schools don't have debate. And these teachers have tenure. The first thing I would do is remove tenure. Let teachers get fired. Some of these bad teachers need to get fired. Why are we keeping them? Why are we so worried about firing bad teachers? If you're a bad teacher, go work at the DMV. Go make IDs. Go do something else. I've met some teachers that are horrible. There should be government employees working at the DMV with you can wait 2 hours. Excuse me, sir? What did you say? Get back to the line. These teachers need to go work at the DMV. It's a great career. You get good benefits from the government. You get a 457 plan. But it's not for everybody. That's one. Teachers should get fired. Bad teachers fired, the bottom 20%. That's not going to sit well. Watch the unions come after me. You're a horrible person. It's his fault. He asked me the question.
Sorry.
I'm just telling you what I'm thinking about, right?
Fair and balanced.
I want debate. I want recognizing and lifting up the right heroes. When you and I were kids, our parents built somebody up as a hero. And you would look up at them, right? You're like, man, one day I want to grow up and be like this person because somebody built them in heroes. Public schools, who are teachers turning into heroes? Who? They're bashing capitalists. They're bashing job creators. They're bashing rich people. They're bashing those people. And they're highlighting who? Everybody else? I think there is no debate. I would remove the bad teachers. I would talk more about who to marry, how to marry, because nowadays people have no clue who to marry, how to marry. Before I got married, my wife and I, on our second date, I went to Borders and I bought her a book. The book was called 101 Questions to Ask Before You Get Engaged. I gave it to her. I had done the exercise with that book with 3 other girls. I said, look, I have all my answers. I want you to go through it. She did. A week later, we sat down. 6 hours, we went through everything. I said, I think I'm going to marry this girl. Then we got married. So we have to teach how to marry. We have to teach about having kids. And we have to teach the tax code. Because it's important to teach the tax code early for you to understand how to vote, how to invest, start a business, what states, what is state tax, income tax. We have to really go deep into the tax code. But to do that, it's going to be challenging to do it in public schools.
I could listen to you all day. I really could. I love the stories and the advice, but if you had one piece of advice for all these folks out here, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of small business owners, one piece of advice from your life experience, what would it be?
If you're talking about the one advice that I would give my kids, you know, many years ago, I was solving for what I need to do to be happy. It's like the key to life is you got to be happy. And I'm under too much stress. I want to be happy. I realized that's phony. That's fake. Happy is like, you know, if you want to see me happy, let's have a medium rare bison with some foie gras and some beef carpaccio with some nice, you know, Parmesan cheese on top of it, with a nice Arnold Palmer 80-20, 80% iced tea, 20% lemonade, squeeze lemon in it, and give me 6 people that are good people to talk, I'm the happiest person alive for 2 hours. And then it's gone. But then you go the next day, eat the same thing again, because you got to keep that happiness, right? Going every single day. But to me, what I learned is the following. There comes a point in our lives where you have a certain values and principles that you want to live by. If these values and principles that you're teaching your kids are aligned with the way you live, you're living a fulfilled life. If these values and principles that you're telling your kids to live by contradicts the way you live, you are miserable. So every time I measure myself is, am I living this life? But because if I'm acting, I'm not loose. I enjoy being loose. I enjoy being free to share my thoughts. And the only time I'm not is when these guys are fighting. So I try to do my best to live an aligned life. If you live an aligned life, you're going to live a fulfilled life, and future looks bright if you do so.
Patrick, Bet-David, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks,
everybody. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Take care.
The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University. Exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a
joining for this conversation, American Business Forum for having us, and most importantly, Serena, thank you for sitting down in this spaceship for this conversation.
Yes, this is great.
So here we are at the American Business Forum, and Serena, from a very young age, you from literally being at the negotiating table with Puma as a teenager, to taking investor calls on your way to center stage at Wimbledon, Serena, the businesswoman, and Serena, the athlete, have always been linked. When did you yourself think of you as a businesswoman?
When did I think of me as a businesswoman? That is a really good question because I feel like I've always thought of me as a businesswoman. I think when it came to sport and when it came to things that I did in sport in particular, listen, my job was a business. You know, it wasn't for me just about going out there and hitting tennis balls and winning. Obviously, that was the biggest part of it, but it was also really about being a business, being an entrepreneur. And at the time, when I was doing all this, there was lots of things and lots of people saying that you have to focus only on tennis, that you can't do other things, you can't have this other stuff, you can't be an entrepreneur, you can't think about other businesses, you really just have to do tennis. And I pushed that envelope and I said, you know what, that's not me. I am a kind of person, I was taught from an early age, actually from my father, that it was really important to have a plan B. I don't know if he thought that I would do decent in tennis or not. Maybe that's why he told me I needed a plan B. But that's something that kind of always stuck with me. And so when it came to what I wanted to do in sport, whether it was fashion or whether it was design or whether it was investing, it was something that was always going to be this entrepreneur. And now the new modern athlete, if you think about it, the modern athlete, if they're only playing their sport, then now that's frowned upon.
True.
So I love seeing the difference of how it started versus how, you know, people look at sport as an athlete now.
I mean, what a plan B. A lot of people spend all their lives even having that as their plan A. But when you decided to make it your plan A, when you announced in 2022 that you'd be stepping off the court, did you have any hesitation or any concerns about leaving tennis behind?
Absolutely. You know, my whole life has been tennis up until when I retired. And I always thought, I actually never knew when it was going to happen. I always wanted to retire, but I actually never did it because it just wasn't realistic. Like, imagine growing up from as long as you can remember having a tennis racket in your hand and then one day it's just done. And it's you know, the thing is you expect it from the moment you have that tennis racket in your hand, but you never really expect it until it's over. It's just this weird feeling. At any rate, I always knew that day would come. I just didn't really know when or how, but when I did decide that it was time to move on, I had already started other businesses. I had already been investing when I I don't like the word retired, but when I evolved from tennis, I had already been investing for, I don't know, like 8 years at the time. I'd already had my firm. I'd already built a great team of people that were way smarter than me around the table. And it wasn't something that I would just have a hard fall from. I felt like I wanted to have a softer landing, which I don't know if I did or if I didn't. I wanted to have a softer landing, but I also didn't want to start something new when I just finished something. And that's something, again, my dad always told me, like, you can't go into something brand new when you finish. You need to already have it started. You need to already have a plan. You know, if you don't have that plan, then it's going to be difficult to start something new. And so I was really grateful for that, because if I were to have started investing now, after I retired, I mean, oh my gosh, the learning curve and doing everything, it would have taken years and years. And a lot of that experience was already done while I was playing. So,
well, you know, it's such a good point that it is the model now that as an athlete, you're almost expected to be so much more than that. But even so, there have been a lot of public figures who've decided to go into investing, especially because you were early on in doing that. Did you face any sort of stereotypes of people rolling their eyes saying, what is an athlete doing in business?
I did. Not too many, but there are obviously a lot of people rolling their eyes and saying, like, what are you doing in investing? But again, that now was over 15 years ago. So I definitely was earlier on, I was much earlier on the curve when it came to investing. And it was something that was really innate, that I just kind of flowed to, and there was something that really just attracted me. And it was actually early stage investing that really attracted me for whatever reason at the time. Of course, I didn't know it was called early stage. I didn't know what anything was. I didn't know what a seed was. I didn't know any of that stuff. It was this really great learning experience. I loved what Jamie Dimon said earlier, how life is really just about learning. You're learning every single day, and that's kind of a theory that I love. And that's one thing I love about VC. Every time I step into the office, I feel like I'm in college and I'm learning something new about some other product and what it does and what it doesn't do and how we don't have it yet. And so, but yeah, so for me, I always just was attracted to that. And, you know, actually in the beginning, I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley, just sitting in different offices and just learning and just asking people, do you mind if I sit? Thankfully, they were okay to have Serena Williams sit in their office, and they weren't too embarrassed to have me there. But it was very nice to be able to sit and just learn from CEOs and learn from different people as I was investing, and just you know, understand what I was getting into.
Come on, they must have asked you for advice too.
They did, and a couple companies did ask me for advice, and I actually gave them some really good advice, and they actually included it in their programming. And so one very popular company, which I won't say, I sat in their office a lot. The CEO is amazing. And I was like, dude, you really need to change your algorithm. This isn't quite working. You need to do this and do that. And to this day, they use it. And I'm like, gosh, I should have got something for that. But I'm like, you know what? I can silently take credit for that. And I'm okay with that.
I love that. And look, when you started Serena Ventures, your vision was very clear. You've said this many times, and I think it actually might have come out of something else Jamie Dimon said about the 2% that's left out of VC financing, that you wanted to create a fund that invested in the 98%. We're in a time in America, it's been called the K-shaped economy, where those missing out are missing out more than they ever had before.
Yeah.
Does that make the mission all the more critical at this time?
Yeah, listen, a lot of VC really invests in that 2 to 4%, right? And that is such a huge market. It's $1 trillion market. And so is the 98 to 96%. That's actually a massive, massive, massive market, arguably bigger. And so for us, what we want to do, we want to bring technology to that market. We want to bring lots of new things that is being invested to, and people that are forgotten. And also, it means a lot to me because I was a part of that percent growing up. And I think, as you said, that curve is getting wider and wider, and it's spreading more and more, or that space, I should say, is spreading more and more. And I feel not necessarily responsibility, but I just feel attracted to that. And I really love investing in things that are doing good, but also making a lot of money, quite frankly. And we have lots of companies in our portfolio that's doing just that.
I was going to say, last year you gave a statistic. I think you had said you invested in over 85 companies and 14 of them were unicorns. Mm-hmm. That is an insanely high hit rate. That definitely deserves an applause. That is a hit rate near 16%, and I think something the entirety of Silicon Valley would be very jealous of.
Yeah.
What's the secret sauce?
There is no secret sauce. I think it's really just really understanding what you like and what you do, and really going with your gut on things that make sense. And obviously, through experience, I've learned that when I meet the founders, there's different questions that I ask to see if they're really into the business, if they're not, and how does that work. And so really doing due diligence, really getting to know what founders are talking about, really getting to understand their thought processes. As an investor, you're only as good as your founder, and you want them to be the best that they can be. And so for me, and what I do is I try to talk to our founders and try to figure out, how can I help you? How can we get this product to be the best if we believe in it? Is there a marketplace for it? You know, all the basic questions, but really diving deeper into that and why. And so that's just kind of what we do at Serena Ventures, is just kind of learn how we can fill in different gaps in different areas that are being missed. And by the way, these gaps tend to be really, really massive. And that's what we do. And then when you kind of have a focus and you focus on that, it just sometimes works.
In terms of talking to these founders, you also said recently that your name isn't enough, that they are being more choosy. What do you think it is about this moment that founders are being more choosy with who they decide to work with?
I think we live in an era where technology is just obviously taking over. And then if you have something really unique and that's really going to set off and it's going to be really amazing, then obviously the founder is in a position where they're they can choose who their investors are. So what we want to do is we want to be able to add to the table. We want to be able to bring so much to them that they can expand we can help them with their network. We can get them in different areas and open different doors for them. And so you really have to be able to not only just rely on your name, but really just rely on your team and on your expertise and on your experience. And that's what we did. We really brought in a lot of experience to the firm to be able to really take our founders to that next level, because that's what it's all about, is how are we able to take the founders to the next level. And also me, years and years of doing what I did in the past, building up tons of relationships and being able to open so many different doors for so many different founders has been invaluable, really. And so that's kind of what it really is all about for us, is really just having this opportunity to let founders know we are more than a name. We are really an institution. We are an institution. We're building something that's going to last for a very long time. We're investing in companies that we want to last for a very long time, and that are actually changing how people are living their everyday lives and changing them for the better and upgrading them through, whether it's through software or whether it's through hardware. We want to be able to elevate that. And so those are the things that we think about. And founders are at a position where, and in particular now with AI and everything, they're in a position to bring who they want to the table if their product is good.
Well, it's a moment where VC is obsessed with AI. I think that's fair to say. The latest data from PitchBook says that nearly $200 billion have gone into specifically AI-related startups this year. By far a record, and will be the first year on record where more than half of VC money goes to AI-related startups. Again, keeping in mind the investing for the 98%, are you concerned about that concentration of capital?
Not at all. Everything that we invest in, if they don't have a future in AI, if they're not thinking about AI, we're second guessing our investment in them. And we are trying to say, well, if you're not going to do this, this can be problematic, because if your business can be taken over by AI, that's going to be a problem. I heard on stage earlier, AI isn't a problem. People that aren't using AI is going to be a problem. And so I think there's some real truth to that, because you have to be able to incorporate it in your life in one way or the other. If you have a fintech company and then you can go on an AI program and they can do the same thing, then why would someone put money into your fintech company? So for us, it's very important. If we're really going to be able to impact that large percentage of people, 98, 96%, you're not going to be able to impact them in the future without AI. And so for us, it's very important that we too obviously are, who's not bullish on AI? Sure. We obviously are bullish on AI, and so we absolutely invest in that. And then when we talk to our founders, we want to know what they are doing just to make sure that they're not going to be run over with AI and our investment dollars aren't going down the toilet.
So have you turned away a lot of companies because they don't have that clear AI game plan?
No, because every company has AI, so they say. But when you dive deeper, you realize that they might not have AI. Right. And then we turn them away. But not every company, because not everything is, AI. Right. But I think of it this way. I think of it, 20 years ago with the web. When it came out, it was so new and so fresh and like, wow, we're going to be living on the internet. And there's this really cool interview, I think, with David Letterman and, oh my God, I can't believe oh my gosh. Anyway.
Someone in the AI space,
No,
Okay.
Anyway, okay. So he's telling everyone that the internet is this cool thing, and David is like, well, I can just listen to the radio for that. Like, why would I need to stream something on? And he's saying in the future you'll be able to stream sports on the internet. And David is like, well, that's what I have the radio on. And everyone in the crowd claps and they're laughing. And I'm like, wow, this is dated. Because can you imagine saying that now? And it's quite interesting because now we're doing this again in AI, but think of it as like 100 times bigger. Right. And so of course you want your companies to have that integration, and of course you want to have that. And so that's kind of how we look at it.
It is, though, again, sort of in the idea of the K-shaped economy with the bridge getting wider. You are someone who's always been fascinated with technology. I think that's also fair to say.
Always, since the sidekick.
So you've been there since day one with the little I miss the sidekick.
Well,
and the
since
keyboard.
before the sidekick.
Bring back keyboards on our phones, I think. How are you thinking about like AI as a whole and how it might disrupt just society? Do you have any concerns there, especially as you're working again with everyday people and entrepreneurs and figuring out how to integrate AI? Is there a concern we lose?
I think there is obviously a concern, but I think what we try to do at what I'm doing now is just bring people into it and let them know that it's one thing. Some platforms in AI, they're so easy. And it's very user-friendly. And so I think that's a little bit of a difference as well. AI is very user-friendly, and so a lot of people can adapt to it. And so a lot of people are adapting to it. So I feel like it's just, the integration doesn't have to be as difficult as a lot of people think. Of course, there's going to be a lot of jobs left behind on the table. Of course, there's going to be a lot of things, but there's also going to be other things that open up. And so I think eventually we'll see that. I am not a person that predicts the future. I don't know, and I'm not an expert on that. But what I can say is that there is going to be obviously there has already been a huge shift and a huge change, and it's going to continue to be that, but there will be other opportunities that open up as well.
So, Serena, you're involved in many ventures, from VC, as we've been discussing, to partnering with brands, to own personal investments in things like sports. What is a week like in Serena Inc.?
Oh my God, it's insane. I don't know how I survive. I had a coffee earlier because usually I don't have this much energy, and this is a lot of energy for me. So imagine low. So a week, I have calls, team calls, SV calls, Serena Venture calls, I should say. And I also have 2 kids, and I am like the ultimate hands-on mom. I take them to school, I pick them up, I cook every night, except for the weekends. I kind of check out on the weekends. But I check back in on Monday morning. I love cooking, so that's like my thing. And I still travel. I still work with different brands like Nike and other companies. Yeah, so it is. This week I was actually in Atlanta for a couple days, and then I'm here, and in between I was at home, and I'm going to LA in a couple of days, and this is a crazy week. So it's kind of nonstop. And so I also meal prep for my kids, so I cook things that they can eat while I'm out of town.
By the way, speaking of that, I heard you once say that Olympia's interning at her dad's company?
No, my daughter is interning at my company.
Oh, she's interning.
Yes,
excuse me,
yes.
That is my fault.
He did claim summer internship. I'm
see.
like, okay, but I get the rest of the year. She needs to see amazing women doing amazing things, and not that he isn't. His things are way more amazing than mine. I mean, my husband's a genius, but she can get the genius in the summer, and she can get me the rest of the year. So it's really nice. It's cool, because I always have, my niece and nephew interned for me when I was a tennis player, and so now Olympia's going to do it, but on the business side, so it's going to be fun to see.
I love that. So you're definitely encouraging her to go the business route of things.
No, I want her to be a tennis player, obviously. That's way more fun. But she can do business if she wants to.
I love that. So one thing that, again, you've done as from a very young age is working with different brands and understanding what sort of fits your portfolio, who you want to endorse and who you don't. In an age of social media, there's just so much more demand for those types of deals. How do you think about it? How do you evaluate different brand deals, different endorsements, and making sure you don't dilute your own personal brand?
I think for me, when it comes to aligning with different brands, I really have to align with something that speaks to me, and something that I use, or something that I can benefit from, or something that is very authentic to me. And I think, as you said, now, in the era of social media, new generation, they really can see through the BS, right? And so it's really important. And I think brands has also understood this and caught on that if it's not authentic, it's not going to work. And so a lot of things are doing better now because they're using either micro-influencers or they're using influencers and not necessarily celebrities, because it's very authentic to them, and they're actually using the product, and they show how the product works, et cetera, et cetera. And for me, when I align with a brand, I usually like to have a very long-term relationship. Sometimes I even know people before we actually work together. but it has to be very authentic. It has to be something that I truly believe in from my soul and that I can really go out there and talk about. I don't want to go out there and talk about something that's fake and that's not real, because I just can't do that. And so for me, it's very important to be able to talk about something that's real, that I've had a real hands-on experience with, and that I can really, understand.
I say that feels like a through line to your investments as well.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. When it comes to investing as well, I like to really make sure, maybe I don't use it, but I want to make sure that I understand it. And if I were younger or if I were older, like we do a ton of stuff in health, in women's health as well. And I think that's such a big, important part of this conversation. That's half of our population. Yeah. That's a huge,
Yeah,
target.
if I'm not mistaken, one of your portfolio companies was the first to get FDA approval for at-home pap smears.
Yes.
It's huge.
It's huge. And so women's health, historically, it's huge. It's this company called Till. They got FDA approved, and it was a very long process. We invested in them a long time ago. Very long process. They finally got approved to have an at-home pap smear, which is something really that should have existed for women a long time ago. And the fact that it took that long to get approval, that's another story. But women's health is something that's been totally forgotten. But the difference is now is with technology and this new generation that's aging and that's getting older, they're comfortable talking about things that weren't really so open in the past. And so now that they're comfortable talking about it, they're comfortable investing in it, they're comfortable getting more information behind it, and they want to feel better. We want to feel better, right? And so it's such an incredibly interesting sector to invest in because it's such a big market, and it also helps so many people. And that's what I said. That's the intersection between helping people and being successful at it. And there's so many intersections like that. It's not just women's health. It's just so many different areas. But that's another one of our passions, is just to invest in things like that that are helping, changing, and also fruitful.
Yeah. Well, one of the other sectors that you've invested in is sports, something you've also done for a while, from the Miami Dolphins here in Miami to more recently the new Toronto Tempo WNBA franchise. What's the investment thesis driving those?
Well, gosh, I did the Dolphins, honestly, I want to say 18 years ago. So I've really been investing for a very long time, way before it was popular for athletes to invest. Gosh, obviously, I think that's an obvious next step for us. I mean, we do a lot of boring, non-sexy software, things. But now we are definitely doing more in sport. I do a little stuff on the personal side for sport as well. But I don't know. I feel like it's quite interesting to do a little bit more in sport.
Are you looking at more in sport then, it sounds like?
Well, yeah, I've always been obviously interested in sport, I would say. Sport's pretty cool.
A very fair assumption.
A lot of people are investing in women's sport, and I feel like obviously that's where my heart and soul is for obvious reasons. And it's interesting because people are just noticed women's sport. And I'm like, well, women's sport has been around for decades and decades and decades, and we were always amazing, and you guys just noticed. But it's good that we're getting noticed now, and I love the support that it's getting. And so the best way to show that support is to invest.
Well, again, a lot of your investing philosophy comes from sport. And one thing I remember you've said is that success is about how you handle the losses. Mm-hmm. That's abundantly clear in just the absolute upper echelons that you perform as an athlete. When it comes to businesses, what's been a tough business loss, and what has it taught you? Have you applied the same lesson in what you're doing now?
I mean, there's some investments that I missed that are huge right now. And that was a loss. How do I take that? It's just, you just have to learn, like, why did you pass on it or why did you miss it? And also in the future, like, if you do pass on something or you do miss something or you just don't see it and it just, for whatever reason, at that moment it doesn't connect with you or anyone on your team, then we literally will take our calls and we go back and we try to, I want to know who did the pass, why did we do the pass, who was on the call, and we really dive into it. I think that's the athlete in me, is just going back to understanding, it's like you study film. And I kind of bring that to the firm as like, okay, I need to know every single reason why it didn't work, why we passed, what was the method behind it, who wrote the pass, who called. And also, so what we do now is if we do pass, because we're such early stage investors, so we do now have an opportunity to invest in follow-ons. So what we do now is like, okay, what can we do better? If we pass on something, let's stay in contact with these founders. If we just maybe just stay in contact with them, we check in on them. That way, if they're doing successful and they do raise another round of funding, we still have that opportunity to invest in the next round at a higher valuation, but we still have that opportunity to invest. And so that's kind of how we handled those losses in the past. And so now, even if we do miss something, which is inevitable in VC, in particular now that everyone is doing AI, so now what we do is we just say, okay, we try to stay in contact with our founders and we pass on. We're very kind. We give them different reasons, but we always let them know we would love to stay in contact and continue to learn and how you're growing. And we've actually passed recently on a couple of investments, but we stayed in contact with them, and then we came in on a later round and happened to be discounted because they really wanted the firm in there. And all because of we incorporated that loss, it made us better. Sometimes losing is important because we learn very valuable lessons. And now, if we hadn't lost, we wouldn't be in all these other amazing companies that we got into.
Serena, I'd love to end kind of where we began, this idea that it wasn't a retirement, it was an evolution.
Yes.
What's next in the evolution of Serena Williams?
What's next in the evolution of Serena? Time off, just definitely taking a breather. I never took too much time off, maybe a vacation. I don't know. I've really tried to build a really great team so I can take a lot of time off. Maybe one more hire, and then I could take an even bigger step back. And so that's what's next.
I love that.
Yes.
And that is a perfect note to end it on, so we can give Serena some time off. Everyone, please join me in thanking Serena Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
When a pioneering investment inspires you to dig deeper and step up to the highest level, that's the PIF effect.
At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom,